Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Early Edition.
The Orioles are ready to take on today's home opener after its original postponement. It's going to be a busy day around the stadium. The Budweiser Clydesdale Parade will begin at 11:30. It's going to start on Lee Street and end on Etowah Street. Fans are going to get Orioles scheduled magnets. And then the game begins at 3:05 p.m. with Governor Wes Moore throwing the ceremonial first pitch. And that's not the only major event today. Bruce Springsteen's performing at the CFG Bank Arena, so expect some traffic this afternoon. Share your opening day celebrations with us. Go ahead and scan that QR. Baltimore.com/chime in. Good morning to you. It's Friday, April 7th. Happy home opening day for the O's. And let's go check out your forecast, because today is going to be a bit cooler after those storms moved through yesterday and those beautiful highs in the 80s. We're going to be closer to average this afternoon. And we're looking mostly at cloudy skies today with highs in the 60s. Stay tuned. Meteorologist Justin Chambers is going to have a full look at your game day forecast as well as what we can expect for Easter. All right, let's go ahead and check your traffic here. The Len Stoller Traffic Network. A lot of green on those area maps. We'll keep you updated throughout the morning.
What the kid had to do with it, you know? That's what makes this stuff crazy.
We start off in a city in crisis. Another child falling victim to gun violence, this time a 9-year-old girl. Police responded to McElderly Street in Southeast Baltimore Thursday afternoon. 2 other people were hurt in this shooting. And this morning, 1 person remains in critical condition. Topping our next half hour, Olivia Dan's going to join us live with the latest details. And Baltimore City schools here, they're on spring break. We're taking you live to the Inner Harbor this morning, where you can see it's pretty calm, but it follows a large gathering of people just 2 nights ago. On the right, there's a live look at the Inner Harbor, and on the left, the scene from Wednesday evening when hundreds of young people swarmed the streets. Baltimore police say several fights broke out. They even had to call in Baltimore County PD to use their chopper to try to get things under control. Now, because of that chaos, you may notice some barricades up along the Inner Harbor to try to keep those crowds spaced out. Residents we spoke with are now calling on city and state leaders for a solution as we enter these warmer months. Our crews pressed the mayor about his summer crime plan, and he says disturbances like the one folks witnessed this week will not be tolerated.
We are going to be there to make sure that we do not have those kind of things continue. They're going to be fighting. If they're going to be doing those things, they will be held accountable.
All I just pray is that Mayor Scott and also Governor Moore can have a plan to be very, very proactive to overcome something like this.
Now, concerns about chaotic crowds expand beyond the Inner Harbor. Just last summer, Eric Costello called on police to secure Federal Hill. This was after fights and rowdy crowds blocked streets. And then last spring, a party in Fells Point trashed the community. A fight broke out in this convenience store while looters stole food and other items. At one point, those surveillance cameras captured a man dousing himself with a gallon of milk in the street. And then in 2021, yet another rowdy scene in Fells Point. People were seen standing on police cars and fighting in the square. At one point, 3 people were shot. Now, yesterday we spoke with Fells Point business owner Beth Hawks, who tells us she believes authorities need to keep a closer eye on social media to get ahead of these things.
I've gone to so many meetings and I've actually told them you need to get really heavy on social media. They're telling you everything they're going to do. And then I live in West Baltimore, so I texted several people on the east side. I said, 100 dirt bikes just went past my house. They're coming to the Inner Harbor. And there they were. So it's just, you've got to listen to each other and you have to step ahead of it. And we have no problem with people coming downtown, but we have a problem with dirt bikes, the disruption of traffic, the fighting.
To see more on Mayor Scott's response to our questions about his summer crime plan, head to our website, foxbaltimore.com. Fox 45 News is marking 100 days since the city state attorney Ivan Bates took office. Next Thursday, our Mackenzie Frost is going to host a town hall with Mr. Bates to talk about this milestone. Join us at 7 p.m. at the New Metropolitan Baptist Church on McCullough Street, or you can watch that town hall live on foxbaltimore.com.
True accountability means let us read your names. Come on, let's not hide. Come on forward and come clean.
More than 100 Catholic clergy members identified in a scathing report from the Attorney General's office about child sex abuse within the Archdiocese of Baltimore. It's a sense of closure for some victims, but others are still looking for justice. Many of the names in that report remain redacted. Maryland Attorney General Anthony Brown says it may be too late for criminal justice in some cases, but there's still hope for accountability in civil court.
Unfortunately, most of the abusers and those who concealed their wrongdoing are dead and no longer subject to prosecution. We never rule anything out only because, as I just called or invited others with information to reach out to our office, it's hard to predict what information may come available to us.
Maryland's current statute of limitations prevents anyone over 38 from suing their abusers. A bill to reverse that is on its way to the governor's desk for approval. If you'd like to read the full Attorney General report yourself, you can do so at our website, foxbaltimore.com. Vice President Harris celebrates clean energy investments in Georgia. After the break, how electric vehicles play a big part. And today we've got some cooler temperatures under mostly cloudy skies. Still to come, meteorologist Justin Chambers letting us know how your O's cast is going to play out. You're watching Fox 45 Early Edition, all local, all morning. Taking you live to Camden Yards this morning, where today is finally the day opening day here in Baltimore. Originally, the game was scheduled for Thursday, but moved to today because of the severe storm threat. First pitch just after 3 o'clock this afternoon. And of course, you can stick with us for our live team coverage from Camden Yards all morning. Meteorologist Justin Chambers is going to be there actually this morning with a look at the forecast. And at 6 o'clock, our Be More Lifestyle host, Mark Clark, is going to speak with O's officials with a review of the season ahead. Making headlines this morning, the Environmental Protection Agency is proposing new standards to protect people who live near chemical plants. The EPA is calling on plants nationwide to measure certain hazardous materials that cross their property lines and to reduce them when they're too high. The EPA says enforcement of such a rule would reduce cancer risk and other exposure impacts on neighboring communities. Data would have to be made public. Chemical industry representatives did not immediately respond to our request for comment from the Associated Press. White House is celebrating new clean energy investments in Georgia. Vice President Kamala Harris toured the Q-Cell solar panel manufacturing plant in the Peach State. It's part of the administration's Investing in Our America tour. The administration touts more than $435 billion in private sector manufacturing since President Biden took office.
When we invest in climate, when we invest in clean energy, when we invest in U.S.-based manufacturing, we invest in America and her people.
The vice president's visit comes in tandem with Kia's announcement it will manufacture its electric vehicles in Georgia and ABB's pledge to invest more than $170 million in clean energy. Both are expected to celebrate new high-paying job options. Still to come this morning, a closer look at the Attorney General's report on sex abuse in the Baltimore Archdiocese. What you can expect to see in the weeks ahead. And college students face high stress on levels on a normal basis. After the break, an app that can help student athletes from feeling overwhelmed in the classroom. And here's what's ahead this morning on the National Desk.
I'm Scott Thuman. This morning on the National Desk, TikTok security threats, the data dilemma, and keeping your kids protected. A cyber expert joins us. That's this morning on the National Desk. America's News Now, weekday mornings.
You can watch the National Desk on our sister station, CW Baltimore, weekdays from 6 to 9 a.m. You're watching Fox 45 Early Edition, all local, all morning. All right, take a look at this. The right to capitalize on one's name, image, and likeness is changing the college landscape. It's turning athletes into entrepreneurs. A new app is making it easier for busy students to make money on their likeness. However, some say it goes too far. Joe Katia from our sister station in Providence, Rhode Island, explains.
Harrison Leonard, Jamestown, Rhode Island. He's the backup place kicker.
Harrison Leonard is changing the game in the classroom. The former college football kicker played at Notre Dame before transferring last year to URI. But while he was kicking for the Rams, he was also building Cactus AI.
It's the future of education. That is what Cactus is. The way I describe it is, rather than Google providing you a list of hundreds of websites you could find the information, it's just providing you that one spot where you get the information.
In just 1 year, the growth of Cactus AI has been incredible, with just under 2 million users. The new NCAA rules allowing student athletes to sign name, image, and likeness deals, which has allowed for Leonard to get this at the Final Four last week from San Diego State's Matt Bradley.
Cactus AI comes through clutch, just getting organized. So, yeah, it's hard, but it's manageable.
And this from LSU's Livy Dunn, who is the most followed NCAA athlete on social media.
It just helps save so much time, and it's so easy to use. It's so quick, and it's really the best, and I love it so much.
But there has been some pushback from some scholars on AI writing papers for students. Here's Leonard's response.
The whole entire process for people paying for their essays to be written, that was a multi-billion-dollar market of just students paying, getting their essays written. Well, now with AI, a student can pay $10 a month. They can get 70%, 60% of their essay written, and they can take that 40% and finish off the essay. So their students are actually writing more than they were before.
Now, Leonard tells me he is currently working with a handful of universities on how to use AI together going forward. In the studio, I'm Joe Kayada reporting.
All right, let's get over to meteorologist Justin Chambers for a look at your forecast.
Well, good Friday morning. We are taking a look at your forecast for the O's home opener and all sorts of things as we get into our Easter weekend. We are starting off a bit cloudy and definitely cooler this morning than those 80s that we saw yesterday with the showers and thunderstorms. Mostly cloudy as we head toward the afternoon. Those temperatures will be closer to average as we get later into the day today. And again, early April, typically in the lower 60s. That's where we're going to be hanging out. Some of us in the mid to upper 50s across central Maryland. You can see 57 in Westminster, 59 in Columbia and Stevensville, even the Eastern Shore right about 60 there in Chestertown. Up and down the 95 corridor, definitely a cooler day. More of that cloud cover kind of hanging around with upper 50s and lower 60s for Philly and Baltimore down through D.C. Now looking into Easter weekend, we'll be cooler on Saturday, and then on Sunday we will see those temperatures into the lower 60s. It'll be a bit cool on Sunday morning if you have an Easter sunrise service. Here's a look at our future scan, taking you through the afternoon right as we get into the home opener. Again, a little bit of cloud cover later today with those cooler temperatures. Overnight, our temps are going to drop, and then also we'll see the dry conditions. So we are seeing some showers well to the south of us for Saturday, but overall, we're looking pretty nice. And also into Sunday, nice and dry conditions with plenty of sunshine, as I mentioned, for Easter. So here's your 7-day forecast. Lower 60s on Friday, upper 50s on Saturday. Then we'll keep those 60s back and even warmer temperatures. 70s return toward the middle of next week.
And remember, you can track severe storms and weather anytime, even when we're not here on air, by downloading that free FOX45 Weather Authority app. Just go to your app store and search WBFF. Let's get a check out your traffic here. The Len Stoller Traffic Network. Still lots of green on those maps. We'll keep you updated as the day gets underway. And a check of your mass transit now. We have Mark Jones with the MTA. Happy Friday morning to you.
Happy Friday morning, Taylor. Good morning, everyone. The commute is a good one out there right now. If your ride is on the MARC train system, you'll find on-time service out there on the Camden, Penn, and Brunswick lines of MARC. Light rail link looking good. No delays in either direction of that service. And Metro Subway link chiming in on time between Owings Mills and Hopkins Station for your travel. For the MTA Transit team, I'm Mark Jones.
All right, a good start to your O's opener. Up, up, and away. Early this morning, NASA and SpaceX launched a rocket from Cape Canaveral Space Force Station in Florida. It's equipped with a device called Tempo. It's the first ever instrument created to monitor major air pollutants from above. Now, it can monitor conditions from the Atlantic Oceans to the Pacific Oceans and as far north as the Canadian oil sands. This is SpaceX's 23rd launch this year. And live to the White House this morning, where First Lady Jill Biden is turning this year's White House Easter egg roll into an educational experience. Educational. The annual event is going to feature a variety of stations where kids can learn about things like farming and healthy eating. About 30,000 people, most of them children, are expected to take part in these activities throughout the day.
This year's White House Easter egg education roll will also feature a schoolhouse activity area, reading nook, talent show, field trip to the farm, picture day, a physical education zone, a snack time tent, and more.
The White House Easter egg roll dates back to 1878. Monday will be the second time President Biden and the First Lady will host the event. It wasn't held during Biden's first year in office due to the pandemic. Still to come, complete coverage on the Orioles opening day. Just ahead, the jam-packed day and expecting what we can see across the city here in Camden. Parents across the country are pushing back on schools for talking to students about gender identity without their permission, why some say they're fed up. You're watching Fox 45 Early Edition, all local, all morning. Taking you live to Camden Yards this morning, where today is finally opening day. The game was originally scheduled for Thursday, but postponed because of the severe storm threat. First pitch is just after 3 o'clock this afternoon. And stick with us here. Our team coverage continues all morning long from Camden Yards. In just a few minutes, meteorologist Justin Chambers is going to be there with a look at today's forecast. And then in our 6 o'clock hour, Be More Lifestyle host Mark Clark is going to speak with O's officials with a preview of the season ahead. Now to the crisis in the classroom. Florida Governor Ron DeSantis is expanding efforts to remove books from schools that he says are sexually explicit. The Republican discussed it during a GOP breakfast in Michigan on Wednesday. Now, some have likened the moves to censorship, but he says it's a matter of keeping content age appropriate.
The news stations covering it had to cut their feed because it was too graphic. So my question is, if it's too graphic for the 6 o'clock news, how is it okay for a 10-year-old kid? It's not.
DeSantis also argued that the goal of K-12 schools should be to provide a traditional education. Democrats say DeSantis is intentionally stoking culture wars to raise his national profile for a presidential run. Now, parents continue to push back against school districts talking to students about gender identity without their permission. That frustration has now led to legal action. National correspondent Kayla Gaskins has the latest on the move from Fed Up parents.
At school board meetings, parents are taking a stand.
The number one stakeholder of this is the parents.
This Idaho mom is just one of many parents across the country outraged over teachers speaking with students about gender identity, and in some cases, deliberately hiding information about a child's gender identity, putting parents in the dark. Some parents are making a statement at the ballot box.
I'm with my wife. We're coming after your jobs if this isn't taken care of. Absolutely.
But others are taking school districts to court. Parents recently filing lawsuits in Maine and Wisconsin over policies they claim allow teachers to help students with gender transitions without parental consent. In Pennsylvania, 3 parents are in a legal battle with a school district after a first-grade teacher allegedly taught 6- and 7-year-olds about gender transitions.
Parents are the people who care and love that child the most. They're responsible for that child, and parents should be included in these conversations and in these decisions.
Parents Defending Education is a nonprofit that helps sue school districts when parents feel their rights have been violated. They say schools need to do a better job of respecting parents' decisions about how to raise their children.
We know from our polling that pushing gender ideology in schools is incredibly unpopular with parents, and that's across the political spectrum, that's across the economic spectrum, and that's for both sexes too.
In Washington, I'm Kayla Gaskins.
Full bans on transgender athletes may soon be a thing of the past at schools and colleges across the country. Taking you live to the White House, where yesterday the Biden administration released a new proposal. If signed into law, schools preventing transgender athletes from competing could risk losing federal funding. Any proposed limits would need to consider the sport, level of competition, and age group. Critics claim it will threaten the protections of biological women receive under Title IX.
It violates everything Title IX was supposed to protect. For more than half a century now, Title IX has stood to protect the rights of all students, including the right of women and girls to compete fairly in sports.
At least 16 states have laws right now banning at least high school sports for transgender policies. There is also going to be a 30-day public comment period for this new proposal. That brings us to our question of the day. Do you think it's appropriate for teachers to talk with students about gender identity? Use your phone's camera screen to scan that QR code, and you can join in on this conversation. The White House is creating a new hotline for LGBT youth. The Biden administration says it's in response to an increase of Republican-led bills restricting certain services.
I know that these political attacks can really take toll on people's mental health. So I want to say directly to LGBTQI plus kids, you are loved just as you are, just the way you are. And if you're feeling overwhelmed, you call 988.
Those who call the hotline will need to be connected with a counselor. The Biden administration says those counselors are trained to support members of the LGBTQ community.
A dance, and coming up next, all the latest in the investigation, plus hear from concerned residents.
And Mayor Scott calling a school funding requirement a gut punch. Just ahead this morning, the unexpected and expensive cost to implement the Kerwin plan.
It is a holiday here in Baltimore, and we're not talking about National Beer Day. Opening day at Camden Yards. We're live all morning right here on Fox 45 Early Edition. Let's go.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Early Edition.
All right, he said it right there, right from the ballpark. Let's go. Friday, April 7th. I'm Tom Rogers.
I'm Taylor Stewart. Let's hit this week at the park.
That's right. Why not? In fact, let's get back out to meteorologist Justin Chambers, who's on the field at Camden Yards. How's it feel?
Oh, I can't believe I'm standing here, Tom. It's amazing. Taylor, good morning to you, and good morning, everybody from Camden Yard. Of course, Camden Yards, we were here, supposed to be here yesterday, but we did not have that because of those thunderstorms and that weather alert we were in yesterday. But what a gorgeous morning. And it's a little cool outside. I'll let my buddy Chris show you just how nice everything is on this gorgeous field as we are ready for opening day 2023. So much to talk about, so many things, and so much excitement already building for the O's this year. So we're going to be here live all morning long. Mark Clark's going to join us in the 6 o'clock hour as well, whenever he gets here, I guess. And we're going to be previewing what you can expect for the season ahead. So we'll be talking about that. And temps, not bad. They're in the 50s right now, and we're on our way to the lower 60s. So definitely cooler than it was yesterday afternoon. We'll take a closer look at what we can expect here at the Orioles Park at Camden Yards and what we can expect for our Easter weekend forecast as well. Back to you guys.
All right. Thank you, Justin. No umbrellas or ponchos needed there. Now to your Lens Solar Traffic Network. We're showing some of the map right here, right at the top, right at JFX. Right when you get into the inner loop there's a collision that's actually blocking the highway now. They have it completely shut down. If you're going northbound, right past Ruxton Road, a lot of lights there in that area because of a accident there. There's another collision right near 695 too, right near that and we also have one on the outer loop, the expressway. There's some slowdown there, 695 right there at 83 going both directions. So 83 north and southbound coming in and out of Baltimore right around the loop. You got a lot of chaos going on there. Everybody else, you're in the green.
What the kid had to do with it, you know? That's what makes this stuff crazy.
The southeast Baltimore community shaken as another child falls victim to gun violence, this time a 9-year-old girl.
This happened along McElderry Street yesterday afternoon. 2 other people were hurt in this shooting. One of them this morning remains in critical condition.
Olivia Dance joining us live now with the latest. Olivia?
Well, Taylor and Tom, this shooting is still under investigation by the Baltimore Police Department, but some residents say they heard several gunshots before seeing a car go down the street. Fox 45 News spoke with neighbors who were disturbed that a child was injured during the shooting. Take a listen.
You know, I just hope he all right. God got his arms around him, you know, because I don't think if it was a he or she, you know, they ain't deserve that, you know. They kids growing up in a neighborhood like this.
It feels like sad because like little kids go and play and like it just feels sad knowing that something like that could happen near anywhere.
That was Leonard Vargas and her daughter Gabriella. Leonard is unable to speak English but clearly understood how the shooting made her feel. Her daughter translating for her while also processing the shooting herself. Baltimore police arrived at the scene on McElderly Street near East Avenue at around 3 in the afternoon yesterday. 3 people were shot, including that 9-year-old girl. A bullet pierced her ankle. Another victim is a 20-year-old woman with gunshot wounds to her upper body. Now she's in critical condition. The third victim, a 28-year-old man, shot in the leg with non-life-threatening injuries. Now police have only released details about the people hurt in the shooting, no other information. So of course, if you do have other information, you should call police. For now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45, Early Edition.
Thank you, Olivia. Now, 6 juveniles have been killed in Baltimore City this year. That's the same number of children who were killed in all of 2020. 17-year-old Deasia Garrison was the first teenager shot and killed this year. She died New Year's Day. Now, weeks later, 16-year-old Deontay Dorsey was shot and killed at Edmondson Village Shopping Center right across the street from his high school during the school day. 4 other students were hurt in that shooting. Last month, 16-year-old Isaiah Carter was also shot and killed at a park right near his high school, also during school hours. Several teenagers have been charged with murder this year. This week, Fox 45 News learned a 15-year-old is being charged as an adult in the shooting death of a boxer, Ernest Hall. 16-year-old is also being charged in the Edmondson Village shopping that killed Deontay Dorsey. He's facing first-degree murder charges. And Fox 45 News spoke with residents this week who say leaders need to make changes to stop the crime.
I think it just needs to be stricter gun laws, and I think that we as parents need to raise our kids better.
Now, we want to know what you think. Who shares the blame for the rise in crime and violence among young people? Lawmakers, parents, schools, or all of the above? So far, 68% of voters say all of the above. Go to foxbaltimore.com to weigh in.
Next week, City State's Attorney Ivan Bates will be marking his first 100 days in office. Fox 45's Mackenzie Frost will be hosting a town hall with Bates to talk about the milestone Thursday night, April 13th, beginning at 7. We invite you to join us at New Metropolitan Baptist Church. That's at 1501 McCullough Street, or you can watch the town hall live right on foxbaltimore.com.
True accountability means let us read your names. Come on, let's not hide. Come on forward and come clean.
Now, more than 150 Catholic clergy members are identified in a scathing report from the Attorney General's office about child sex abuse within the Archdiocese of Baltimore.
It's a sense of closure for some victims, but others, they're still looking for justice. Many of the names in the report remain redacted. Maryland Attorney General Anthony Brown says it may be too late for criminal justice, but there's still hope for accountability in civil court.
Unfortunately, most of the abusers and those who concealed their wrongdoing are dead and no longer subject to prosecution. We never rule anything out only because, as I just called or invited others with information to reach out to our office, it's hard to predict what information may come available to us.
Maryland's statute of limitations in civil cases could be on the way out, but it currently prevents anyone over 38 from suing their abusers. That bill is on its way to the governor's office desk for approval.
Now, if you would like to read the Attorney General's report, you can do so right now at foxbaltimore.com.
Israel's defense forces are readying for potential violent retaliation following an exchange of attacks on the Gaza Strip. We're following this active situation from the Live Center coming up.
And still to come, continuing coverage on the Orioles home opener. What's ahead on this jam-packed day and what to expect in and around Camden Yards.
Today, we will have cooler temperatures under mostly cloudy skies. Still to come, meteorologist Justin Chambers. That's right, he's got his glove on. He's I guess he's in the batting circle there, too, warming up. He's going to let us know how the O's cast will play out for you. 5:06 at the time. You're watching Fox 45's Early Edition, all local, all morning. Fox.
Well, we are live this morning on opening day. It is Oriole Park at Camden Yards. A lot of people like to say OPACY. I guess that's what the acronym is. But obviously, opening day festivities get underway in just a few hours from right now. First pitch at 3:05. Should be good weather for today's game, albeit a little cooler than those 80s that we had yesterday. We've got so much going on for you this morning. I've already seen the Oriole bird. He's loitering this morning, so we'll have to find out if he likes my Oriole socks for Fun Sock Friday. All of that coming up live as we get ready for opening day 2023. Back to you.
Thank you, Justin. Growing fears of escalation between Israel and its enemies following airstrike exchanges overnight.
Let's get right over to Shannon Lilly at the Live Center following this very active situation. Shannon.
Taylor, Tom, we're starting off with a live look over the Western Wall right now in Jerusalem. This clash is coming as many religions around the world recognize their most holy days of the year. This as Israel's defense forces are readying for potential violent retaliation following an exchange of attacks on the Gaza Strip. Israel launched an airstrike in Lebanon, bombing Hamas targets, marking the most serious escalation between the nations since the 2006 Lebanon war. Israeli military says it attacked several targets, including a tunnel and weapons manufacturing sites. Israel's airstrike was carried out hours after a barrage of rocket fire into Israel from Lebanon, forcing people into bomb shelters and wounding at least 2. Israel's military blaming that attack on the terrorist organization Hamas and says it believes it's in connection to this week's violence that broke out at the Al-Aqsa Mosque. Now take a look at this. Tuesday, Israeli police and Palestinian worshippers clashed during a police raid of the compound. Israeli police arresting hundreds of worshippers, and you can see them using stun grenades, some even beating worshippers, while others threw stones and firecrackers. And now a live look over the Capitol this morning, where National Security Council spokesperson John Kirby is responding to the violence, saying the Biden administration is concerned and urging all sides to avoid further escalation. We'll continue to monitor this situation, but for now, that's the latest from the Live Center. Taylor.
Still to come this morning, we hear from the woman at the center of the Trump indictment, why Stormy Daniels doesn't think the former president should go to prison.
But first, when Wolverine talks, we should listen. Actor Hugh Jackman shares his tips about prioritizing our health this summer. 5:12 is the time. You're watching Fox 45's Early Edition, all local, all Coming up on 5:15, and the Orioles are ready to take on today's home opener after the postponement because of the weather. It'll be a busy day in and around Gannon Yards. Budweiser Clydesdales will parade from Lee Street to Eustall Street. That begins at 11:30. Any fans in attendance will get an Orioles schedule magnet. Governor Wes Moore expected to throw the ceremonial first pitch, and then the game begins at 3:05. Leaving the game, expect more traffic, though, because Bruce Springsteen is in town. He's performing at the CFG Bank Arena, and that is tonight.
And we want to see how you're celebrating opening day. Go ahead and scan that QR code on your screen or head over to foxbaltimore.com/ChimeIn.
Speaking of the O's, though, we have certain meteorologist who was out on the field this morning.
That's right. We got meteorologist Justin Chambers. I don't know. Is he there? Is he hitting out the park practicing a swing or what?
I am here, guys. I'm trying to find the beer since it's National Beer Day, but it's not. I don't think there's any. I don't think there's any beer that's on there right
Nothing
now.
flowing
but either
yet.
way,
Not a case?
Yeah, we. What's that?
Not a case for the team?
Oh, wait a minute.
Wait a minute.
No. I got this guy right here.
Okay.
I got this guy. This is the Oriole bird, and this is the giveaway for kids opening day, which is Sunday. That's right. And it's noticed that it's Nickelodeon, like he got slimed. So that's the Oriole bird right there. And again, the giveaway for the kids opening day, which is coming up on Sunday. But it is everybody's opening day today on your Friday, as we are taking a look at what we can expect weather-wise. Well, overall, not too bad. In fact, I'm going to step out right now and let you know how it's going out there. And in fact, we are seeing those temperatures that are going to be, well, a little bit closer to average for today than what we saw yesterday. Overall, we are seeing those numbers that will be into the 50s for the next couple of hours on your Rise and Shinecast. Sun comes up at 6:42 this morning, and we'll go to bed tonight at 7:36. So I can't believe I get to do this, but here's a look at your O's cast. That's right. Yeah, live from the field. 62 for the first pitch, 3:05 this afternoon. We'll keep those lower 60s around into that fifth inning, even right about 60 for the ninth inning. Remember, it's an afternoon game, and our temps today are going to be in the upper 50s and lower 60s across the region. So definitely cooler than those 80s that we had yesterday. And overall, not a bad day. I mean, this is April, and we've had snow here on opening day. So you can see on your future scan, we're seeing those clouds that are kind of moving through. I don't think we're going to really see a stray shower today. And in fact, we're looking dry all the way through tomorrow and into the weekend. So the entire series against the Yankees is going to be great. Not only for tomorrow night's game, maybe a little cooler. Sunday afternoon's game also looking pretty good. Your 7-day forecast, obviously opening day is what we're talking about. Lower 60s, upper 50s as we head into your Saturday. And then Easter Sunday will be mostly sunny with highs in the lower 60s. A nice little warm up here as we get into Monday and Tuesday of next week with 60s and 70s, even back to the upper 70s and lower 80s by midweek next week. All right, back out here live here at Oriole Park at Camden Yards. Now, earlier we talked about how they are going to eventually have the naming rights sold for the field. Coming up a little bit later this morning, we are going to be talking to the general manager. Now, you know what I'm lobbying for is Hank the Bird Field at Oriole Park at Camden Yards for the Orioles. But I don't know if that's going to happen or not. We'll just kind of see what happens. That's one of the things that I'm working on. But there's all sorts of great food that's going to be out here.
Don't pay for each letter.
Right, exactly. Yeah, we'll see what happens, Tom. It's a work in progress, but either way, it is looking good. There's so many things to talk about with all of the new festivities, all the new restaurants, the great food that's out here. There are rumors that there is something with a hot dog or like 3 hot dogs and like crab dip and Old Bay chips on it. And
yes.
I hope they serve that to us this morning. I don't even care that it's 5:20. So anyway, more from Oriole Park at Camden Yards. We'll see what happens here coming up in a few minutes from right now.
Sounds good. All right. Justin's out there. No bases are out there because we were trying to figure out the base size now because they're expanding. They're making the bases bigger. He was like, maybe I can go out there and check one out. I'm like, don't touch the grass.
If there's anyone who can do it, Justin will find it.
He will. He will find it. Food first, though. He already went with beer, food. Now we'll get into baseball.
Love it.
Yeah, even though we won't feel the warmer temperatures today, as Justin was just saying, they are coming, and that means we'll be spending more time in the sun.
Now, actor Hugh Jackman is reminding everybody, protect your skin while you're out enjoying the sunshine.
I just had 2 biopsies done. I just went to my doctor and she just saw little things, could be or could not be basal cell. And trust me, this is all stuff that happened 25 years ago. It's coming out now. Put some sunscreen on. You'll still have an incredible time out there. All right? Please be safe.
Experts say you should put on sunscreen whenever you spend time outside, even if it's cloudy. You should also do your routine checks of your body and talk to your doctor if you notice anything new or unusual like a mole.
Now let's take a quick look at your lens solar traffic network and the issue right now that we're dealing with. This is right above Ruxton Road, northbound 83. It looks like a vehicle. You see the flashing lights over to the left is off the road there. So a lot less flashing lights that will greet you soon. No delays there. Also on the Francis Scott Key Bridge, there's also another one vehicle accident there and just one lane blocked, also not causing too much of a delay. Now we want to get a check of your mass transit. We have Mark Jones with the MTA. Happy Friday home opener, Mark.
Yes, happy Friday home opener, Tom. Good morning, everyone. Out there right now, you'll find on the MARC train system a couple delays in the mix. Train 505 on the Penn line in Camden, 841, both running about 5 minutes late. The other trains of MARC look good for your Friday start. If your ride is on Light Rail Link, no delays, no issues there. Looking good for the commute start. And Metro Subway Link on time in both directions of that service. For the MTA Transit team, I'm Mark Jones.
Thank you, Mark. This morning, we are following up on the massive crowds hitting the Inner Harbor 2 nights ago. The security measures police are taking to help minimize the chaos.
And chaos breaks out in the Tennessee legislature. Why 2 House Democrats are expelled from the chamber. You're watching Fox 45 Early Edition, all local, all morning.
Chaos breaks out in the Tennessee House of Representatives as Republican-led chamber votes to expel 2 Democratic members. 3 lawmakers were up for expulsion after staging a gun control protest that stopped legislative proceedings last week. Justin Jones, Justin Pearson led the protest. saying that lawmakers were not doing enough to address last week's mass shooting at a Nashville Christian school. Republicans argue it wasn't the time or place to hold a protest, but Jones says this sets a dangerous precedent.
What we saw today was authoritarianism. What we saw today was the undoing of the will of my voters, of my constituents, of 78,000 people in my district were silenced. It's one of the most diverse districts. I'm the youngest black lawmaker in this. I was the youngest black lawmaker in this body. And so what we're seeing is a very dangerous step in Tennessee that should signal to the nation that this is, if it can happen here, it can happen anywhere.
When things break down where we cannot continue to create and discuss ideas, this is where we get to.
Now, it's the first time any Tennessee lawmaker has been expelled without support of both chambers. Gloria Johnson, the other lawmaker up for expulsion, survived by one vote.
Stormy Daniels, the adult film star at the center of former President Donald Trump's indictment, says she'll testify if she's asked to do so.
It's daunting, but I look forward to it. You know what I mean? Because I have nothing to hide. I'm the only one that has been telling the truth. And, you know, you can't shame me any more.
She spoke about Trump's arrest and arraignment in an interview with Piers Morgan. Daniels says she doesn't think the former president should serve prison time if found guilty.
Now, taking you live in New York, where Manhattan District Attorney Alvin Bragg is accusing House Republicans of undermining his probe into former President Trump with a campaign of harassment and intimidation. Now, this comes in response to House Judiciary Chairman Jim Jordan's decision to subpoena Mark Pomerantz. He's an attorney who used to work for Bragg. Jordan claims Pomerantz's role in the Trump probe makes him relevant to the committee's investigation into Bragg's possible political motivations outside of Bragg's campaigning that he would put Trump in jail. And Jordan specifically cites Pomerantz's memoir, in which the attorney criticized Bragg for not charging the former president sooner.
Download the Fox 45 News app for your breaking news, up-to-the-minute coverage of traffic conditions, school closing, and weather anytime. Just search WBFF in your app store.
An unexpected increase in the funding requirement for city schools. I'm Olivia Danson. Coming up next, find out how Mayor Scott is handling it.
One of the great things about going to Camden Yards, not only on opening day, but later this season, floppy hat time and all the great giveaways. We'll be talking about it live on opening day right here on Fox 45 Early Edition. Woo!
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Early Edition.
It is Friday, April 7th, and home opener day.
Yes.
Good morning, I'm Taylor Stewart.
I'm Tom Rogers, that's right. We had to delay a 24 hours because of the potential of severe weather coming through. It's changed today, and it looks like we are going to be playing ball. Meteorologist Justin Chambers has a look at our forecast live from Camden Yards this morning in Baltimore, gearing up for the first Orioles home game of the season. Justin.
We know there are great giveaways every year here at Camden Yards for the O's, and of course the floppy hat and the Hawaiian shirt. Those are the big ones that we have later this year. Of course, all sorts of bobbleheads. Now, they're not letting me keep these, unfortunately. I'm just using these as props, but we do have this as well. This is for later on this weekend. In fact, for kids opening day on Sunday, that's what they're giving out, the Oriole bird in slime. Now, I've seen the Oriole bird kind of walking around here, and I have to ask him about what it was like to be slimed. But obviously, we'll be talking about that through the morning, and so many more great things happening out here. Of course, first pitch is at 3:05. Gates open later today. All sorts of great things. We've got the Budweiser Clydesdales out here, and we're talking about all the new food and drink that you can have here at Oriole Park at Camden Yards. Now, coming up in a few minutes, we're standing right here kind of on the ground area or the dirt, and this grass is precious grass or turf. So we'll talk about just how precious it is coming up and why I'm not allowed to stand on it. That's coming up in a few minutes from right now. I guess players get to stand on it, whatever. Back to you.
You get arrested if you stand on it. Also, I've got my six-pack holder here, Justin, so we need to talk about that for Father's Day. All right, now we want to go to Lens Solar Traffic Network. Taking a look at the map, yeah, not looking bad at all. The south, at the bottom of this page, you'll see a little mark there, Francis Scott Key Bridge there. There's a little incident blocking one lane there. Also, you see that marker at the top of 83. There's one vehicle off the road there, right on the top of the JFX, right just south of 695. Neither of them causing any delays for your traffic.
Meanwhile, Baltimore City Mayor Brandon Scott unveils a $3.47 billion budget proposal for the 2024 year. It includes an unexpected mandatory increase in education, which is proving to be a major stumbling block.
The city will operate with a $2.2 billion general fund. That's an increase of more than 3% over last year. No money will be taken out of the rainy day fund, but the city is only contributing $2 million this year, opposed to the normal $4 million. The Department of Public Works is also getting funding for 37 new positions to create 10 new solid waste crews. That's part of the effort to help the city get back to weekly recycling.
All right, Olivia Dance is joining us live from City Police Headquarters with a look at the money it's giving to the Kerwin Education Plan. Olivia.
Yeah, so the blueprint for Maryland's future, or Kerwin, is coming at an unexpectedly expensive cost for Baltimore, as 11% of the city's operating budget will be used on education.
We are going to meet this requirement because it's the right thing to do, and the only way that we're going to grow into being the best Baltimore, and that's investing in our school system.
Mayor Scott saying the city will meet the mandate, but also recognize the additional funding is a gut punch. The blueprint, or Kerwin, is a 10-year education plan that calls to pour billions of dollars into classrooms across the state. City leaders say they were expecting an additional $12 million or so to go towards funding the schools, but the funding formula actually called for an additional $79 million. Mayor Scott is planning to pull the money from the city's surplus last year, but he says tapping into the reserve isn't sustainable long term. He's looking to Annapolis for funding formula changes.
What we've been discussing with them and what we've heard is a open and willingness to look at how we can look at the formula. It's not what the governor or anyone expected us to be having at this point.
And Baltimore City residents will have the chance to weigh in on the budget proposal on April 26th, and the final budget must be approved by June 26th. For now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45, Early Edition.
The Inner Harbor is calm this morning following an outburst of people just 2 nights ago. On the right is a live look of the, there we go, right here, a live look of the Inner Harbor. And then we just showed you those scenes from hundreds of young people when they swarmed the streets. People say they saw fights break out, and the police called in a Baltimore Police County chopper to get the situation under control.
Well, because of the chaos that broke out at the Inner Harbor, the city set up barricades to try and keep crowds spaced out.
Now, people we spoke with say they're stunned. They're calling on city and state leaders for a solution to make sure this does not happen again.
Fox 45 News pressed the mayor about his summer crime plan yesterday. He wouldn't go into detail, but he says disturbances like the one at the Inner Harbor will not be tolerated.
We are going to be there to make sure that we do not have those kind of things continue. They're going to be fighting. If they're going to be doing those things, they will be held accountable.
All I just pray is that Mayor Scott and also Governor Moore can have a plan to be very, very proactive to overcome something like this.
Now, the Inner Harbor isn't alone in seeing chaotic crowds. Last summer, Councilman Eric Costello called on police to do more to protect Federal Hill after fights and rowdy crowds blocked the streets there. Then last spring, remember, a partying crowd in Fells Point left the community just trashed. A fight broke out in a convenience store while looters stole food and other items. At one point, surveillance cameras captured a man dousing himself with a gallon of milk out in the street. In 2021, Fells Point saw chaotic crowds, including people standing on police cars and fighting in the square. At one point, 3 people were shot. Yesterday, we spoke with Fells Point business owner Beth Hawks, who tells us she believes authorities need to keep a closer eye on social media to get ahead of these things.
I've gone to so many meetings and I've actually told them you need to get really heavy on social media. They're telling you everything they're going to do. And then I live in West Baltimore, so I texted several people on the east side. I said, 100 dirt bikes just went past my house. They're coming to the Inner Harbor. And there they were. So it's just, you've got to listen to each other and you have to step ahead of it. And we have no problem with people coming downtown, but we have a problem with dirt bikes, the disruption of traffic, the fighting.
Fox 45 News pressing Mayor Scott about his summer crime plan earlier this week. You can find his response on our website, foxbaltimore.com.
Violence continues in a city in crisis with a 9-year-old girl shot dead. It's this latest city shooting here with a triple shooting. In our next half hour, we're going to hear from frustrated neighbors.
And new details surface on the Frederick County Sheriff accused of being involved in gun trafficking scheme. The calls for him to step down and why he isn't listening.
It is opening day at Camden Yards, and look at this, the brand new field. I can't walk on it. I can pet it though. It's gorgeous. We'll talk about it coming up on Fox 45 Early Edition. I can smell it. So grab a light jacket if you're out for a stroll this morning, or if you're just strolling right here at Camden Yards. Yeah, we are live all morning long, right from home base or home plate. We're going to be talking about all the things you can expect for this upcoming year. Again, we're no longer in a rebuild, guys. This is it. Got the Yankees in town later this afternoon and into the weekend. We'll talk about all the great opening day festivities coming up in just a few minutes from right now.
Former Gunpowder Falls State Park manager Michael Browning acquitted on all but one crime. Sex charges related here. The jury acquitted Brown of rape, but did not convict him on the fourth-degree sexual offense. His attorneys are expected to seek punishment of time served, and Browning was accused of rape, but he also said to have some consensual relationships with two park employees.
Now in Frederick, we're learning more about the federal charges against Frederick County Sheriff Chuck Jenkins. He's accused in a scheme with a gun dealer to illegally acquire machine guns. The indictment lists 7 machine guns. Police say gun range owner Robert Kropp used letters signed by Jenkins to buy the weapons. The letter said that Jenkins would be using the guns for police purposes, but in reality, Kropp took them to his range. Jenkins is refusing, though, to step down.
He should absolutely step down, in my opinion. I mean, you're at a high public office right now.
We've had a few experiences with Mr. Jenkins and not personally a fan.
He feels like he can still support the role of sheriff for Frederick County. We all as an agency believe in him. There are a lot of people in this county who believe in him as well.
Both Jenkins and the shooting range owner have declined to comment. Both are due in federal court next week.
I'm Angela Brown in Washington, D.C. Inflation Nation, the youngest generation now entering the workforce and bracing for financial turbulence. We are hearing directly from Gen Z next.
Opening day for the O's right here in Baltimore. And just ahead, we are going to take a look at some of your reactions. It's 5:42. You're watching Fox 45 News Early Edition, all local, all morning.
Fox 45 News, winner of 17 2022 Regional Emmy Awards, more than all other Baltimore news stations combined.
5:44. It's a Friday and the day has finally come. The O's are ready to take on New York Yankees for this year's home opener.
I mean, we're just hours away from that first pitch. Shannon Lilly joins us live with reaction from fans. Good morning.
Hey, good morning. So much excitement, Taylor and Tom. The Orioles playing their first game in Camden Yards for the 2023 season. First pitch at 3:05. Governor Wes Moore will be the one throwing it. So let's take a look at how some of you are reacting. I am loving some of your reactions here. Look how cute this is. I guess I can wait one more day. And you have this pup wearing his O's cap. And look at this one. This one had me cracking up yesterday. Our Sizzle responding to Tom and Justin and I saying home opener now on Friday, now on National Beer Day. Yeah, interesting. I think that this is meant to be. I agree with him here. John saying tomorrow, for the first time since 2012, I get to go to Orioles opening day with my dad, and I couldn't be any more excited. So much excitement. And look, just one more. Orioles home opening day got me like, look at this happy baby. Oh my goodness. I know one person who's that excited, as excited as this baby, meteorologist Justin Chambers. He is outside live at Camden Yards right now. And Justin, we want to talk about the forecast. How is it feeling out there?
Oh, it feels wonderful, Shannon. I got to tell you, and I don't even need the coffee to get pumped up. I'm a huge O's fan. I have been for a long time, and I can't believe I'm standing right here, essentially at home plate. We're going to be talking about the brand new field that they have here coming up in a few minutes. Let's take a look at our forecast, however, right now. We do have a few showers that are going to be possible, kind of moving in from the west, and overall, not going to see much in the way of any measurable rainfall. But again, maybe a couple of light showers this morning. This is just left over from those storms yesterday, but we're down there somewhere. You can see us from the top of the Transamerica building, our Toyota Inner Harbor Skycam. The lights are all on here at OPACY. Let's just call it Camden Yards. I mean, come on. All right, temperatures are in the 50s right now. So, yeah, just definitely a light jacket. That's about all you need. But if you're excited like me and moving around, probably going to shed that jacket here pretty quick. Overall, we'll see mostly cloudy skies for today and definitely not those storms that we saw yesterday afternoon, with those temperatures a lot closer to average for this time of year. So next few hours, as you grab your cup of joe and enjoy some breakfast with us here, we are taking a look at numbers that are mainly going to be in the 50s for your Rise and Shinecast. Sun comes up 6:42, so just about an hour or so from right now, less than an hour actually, and it'll be up until 7:36 tonight. And overall, here's a look at your O's cast with that first pitch against those hated Yankees in the lower 60s here through the later part of the afternoon, and even into about 6 p.m. in the ninth inning. We'll still be hanging on to some of those 60s. But we do stay dry here, and check out those high temperatures too. Upper 50s and lower 60s across central Maryland. That's what we're looking for today. And again, that's a lot closer to average where we typically are for early April. Now, looking at our future scan, overall, we do have those clouds that will be with us. Maybe a stray shower this morning, but we're looking good for the afternoon. Saturday also looking good as we head into Easter weekend, and Sunday looks great with more sunshine and temperatures that eventually will start warming up. So as we check your 7-day forecast and continue to move into your Easter weekend, we are seeing numbers here into the lower 60s today, back to the upper 50s. Tomorrow, the coolest day of the next 7. And then Easter Sunday, waking up in the 40s, so chilly for your Easter sunrise services, but looking good for Sunday afternoon for Easter egg hunts, Easter brunches, and then a real nice warming trend with dry conditions all the way through the middle part of next week. Now, down here live, we are near the turf. Now, this is precious turf. I am not allowed to step on this. Apparently, I think I can just kind of caress this turf. This is brand new this year, 105,000 square feet of Kentucky bluegrass. It's amazing. Also, 1,500 tons of sand. And the sand is special because it's United States Golf Association, the USGA sand. This Masters week, and we're talking golf, but we got sand under here. So sand underneath the field, and a great field as well. Again, I'm not allowed to step on the field. That's for players only. But we're going to be all around the park here this morning. Mark Clark is hanging out with us here in just a little bit. There he is. He's doing his thing. It's like a whole team coverage event that we have going on because we love opening day, of course, for the O's. Big day today. It's a holiday. Let's celebrate. Great weather as well. We'll have more for you coming up in just a few minutes from right now.
Oh, man, this is going to be great. If you're going to the home opener game today or you're having a watch party at home, show us. Go ahead and scan that QR code on your screen. Upload your pictures and your videos at foxbaltimore.com/chime in. All of it's powered by Stackla.
Well, now we want to go to your Lens Solar Traffic Network and taking a look at one of the accidents that's actually causing some delays right here for your morning commute at 549. This is on the Key Bridge. Multiple vehicles involved here. I think they say 2 earlier, and it looks like there are 2 there. You can see the police flashing lights, 1 lane blocked. That will take you a couple extra seconds to get around. Everybody else, you're moving along in the green. Here's a live look now from our Lens Solar mobile track. Yeah, right outside of Camden Yards. And this is Graham hanging out there. He's going to be showing us, you see the warehouse all lit up in orange beams here. We're going to be showing you all the areas that are closed off, ready for not only the game at the O's today, but also Bruce Springsteen, the boss, will be at CFG Arena tonight. So there's a lot going on with traffic concerns. Also, if you want to get there using mass transit, we need to check in with Mark Jones in the MTA. Good morning, Mark.
Well, good morning, Tom. Good morning, everyone out there right now on the MARC train system. We've got train 407 and Camden 843, both operating with 5-minute delays. And you'll find train 841 on the Camden line with an 8 to 10-minute delay. Allowed time for travel in those instances. Light rail link looking good. No delays or issues there for your commute. Started Metro Subway link on time in both directions between Owings Mills and Hopkins Station. For the MTA Transit team, I'm Mark Jones.
Thank you, Mark. TikTok fighting for its place in the U.S. How the latest debate is holding up with lawmakers. 5:51, you're watching Fox 45's early edition, all local, all O's, all morning. .554 and growing fears of escalation between Israel and its enemies following airstrike exchanges overnight.
Let's get right over to Shannon Lilly at the Live Center following this very active situation. Shannon.
Yeah, very active indeed, Taylor. The latest developments, the AP now confirming 2 women were killed and another seriously hurt following an alleged Palestinian shooting attack in the northern occupied West Bank. Now, this clash is coming as many religions around the world recognize their most holy days of the year. And this is a live look over the West Wall right now in Jerusalem as all of this is unfolding. Israel's defense forces are readying for more potential violent retaliations following an exchange of attacks on the Gaza Strip. Israel launched an airstrike in Lebanon, bombing Hamas targets, marking the most serious escalation between the nations since the 2006 Lebanon war. Israeli military says it attacked several targets, including a tunnel and weapons manufacturing sites. Israel's airstrike was carried out hours after a barrage of rocket fire into Israel from Lebanon, forcing people into bomb shelters and wounding at least 2. Israel's military blaming that attack on the terrorist organization Hamas and says it believes it's in connection to this week's violence that broke out at the Al-Aqsa Mosque. Now take a look at this. Tuesday, Israel police and Palestinian worshipers clashed during a police raid of the compound. Israeli police arresting hundreds of worshipers. You can see there them using the stun grenades, some even beating worshipers, while others threw stones and firecrackers. And now a live look over our nation's capital here, where National Security Council spokesperson John Kirby is responding to the violence, saying the Biden administration is concerned and urging all sides to avoid further escalation. Of course, we're going to continue to monitor the situation, but for now, that's the latest from the Live Center. Taylor, Tom.
Happening now, the generation raised on smartphones is now entering the workforce in the midst of the pandemic and high inflation.
National correspondent Angela Brown is looking into how those factors are shaping their spending habits.
The Deloitte Global 2022 survey of Gen Z and Millennial says almost half of Gen Zers live paycheck to paycheck and worry they won't be able to cover their expenses. Now, we wanted to hear directly from Gen Z, many starting their professional lives during turbulent times.
Amelia sees herself as a little bit of an outlier, a young person with disposable income.
It's actually good thing and positively contributes to the economy if I am spending.
But even spending comes with limits.
I don't often buy new clothes. I'm usually thrifting if I'm getting clothes.
Morgan Stanley estimates Generation Z is expected to become America's largest generation by 2034, growing to just under 80 million.
I'm generally pretty good about not spending that much money.
This new report from GWI found that 63% want to save up more money, shaping spending habits.
By design, I'm a sucker for a sale.
So what are young adults spending their money on? Just look on any social media app. The answer is right there.
I know that I like to travel, so I'll spend a little bit more on that.
Young adults today are more likely to spend on experiences rather than tangible goods, with 24% of Gen Z saying they have paid for a vacation in the last 3 to 6 months, up 12% from 2021. And Gen Z spending on concert tickets, up 44%.
I do love going to the movie theater, and I don't need a big reason to go.
And when it comes to saving for retirement, Gen Z may actually have an advantage. This April 2023 report from Vanguard found in 2006, only about 11% of employers offered automatic enrollment in a 401k plan. By the end of 2021, half of the plans did. In Washington, D.C., I'm Angela Brown.
Now, TikTok is fighting for its life here in the U.S.
And that is because U.S. lawmakers are weighing a ban of the Chinese video streaming app amid claims Beijing could use it to swipe user data.
But one of the bill's lawmakers put forward is getting some pushback from libertarian and civil rights groups.
The law is so broad and ambiguous that when you're targeting any risk connected to any adversary nation with all of these pervasive technologies, well, it just opens it up and it makes it ripe for abuse.
The Restrict Act is written in a way that allows the Commerce Secretary to start playing that cat and mouse game, which just goes to the breadth and therefore risk of Congress giving this kind of power to executive agencies.
Now, that Senate bill also gives the executive branch wide latitude in determining penalties for those not complying with bans as well. TikTok is fighting hard against a similar bill in Montana and is trying to relocate its data to Texas to satisfy these concerns.
Another child falls victim to gun violence in Baltimore. I'm Olivia Danson. Coming up next, we'll have the latest in the investigation, plus hear from concerned residents.
In a survey of pandemic recovery in more than 24 U.S. cities, Baltimore ranked dead last, while the city's economy's health is struggling after COVID.
just chilling here on opening day. A few hours left until we do first pitch at Oriole Park at Camden Yards. We'll be talking about everything you need to know right here on Fox 45 Morning News. Let's go!
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Oh, thank you for waking up with us on this Friday, April 7th. Justin is just loving life on the home opener.
A little jelly, man.
Yeah, definitely. He's hanging out at Camden Yards. He's up there in one of the nose sections, tossing a baseball up to himself here. Yeah, sitting in seat number 5. All right, well, he was looking for beer earlier. Then he was looking for food. He found the baseball. He's still not on the grass yet. And he's joined as well. We have team coverage this morning.
We got team coverage, the whole thing. The whole shebang. Mark Clark live from Camden Yards 2 this morning. And in a few minutes, we're going to talk to him about this year's team and what the fans have to look forward to.
We want to start, though, with meteorologists trying to be a baseball player and throw out the first pitch. You're going to have to take on the governor today, Justin. So what is the weather supposed to be like after we postponed it for yesterday's possibility of severe weather?
Well, Tom, first of all, good morning to both of you back there in the studio. And hopefully not a lot of people are watching for the New York Yankees organization, but I was kind of snooping around kind of backstage near the visitors' locker room, and this is where I got one of the balls. Smells like New York pizza, definitely does. But either way, we are going to have a great time here for opening day. Of course, your Baltimore Orioles taking on the Yankees at 3:05 for that first pitch. So many great things. There's always great things to do. This is the holiday here in Baltimore. We know in a couple of hours from right now, people are already going to be start hanging out there at Pickles and all of the fun festivities that we have going on inside the park here as well. It's a little chilly right now. You can see I have my little Fox 45 cool jacket on. I've never even worn this thing before. So we are taking a look at those temperatures that are in the 50s right now. Overall this afternoon, not bad. We're going to stay dry with temperatures definitely cooler than yesterday, but a real nice day for some baseball here in Charm City. Coming up in a few minutes, we'll take a look at your forecast and more from Camden Yards. Back to you. Oh, no, I don't want to throw it. I don't want to hurt the camera. Hold on. I'll put it right here.
Thanks, Justin.
We're going to have fun out there, man.
Yeah, 601 now to a city in crisis. Southeast Baltimore community is shaken this morning as another child falls victim to gun violence, this time a 9-year-old girl.
Police responded to McElderly Street in Southeast Baltimore Thursday afternoon. 2 other people were hurt in this shooting. And this morning, 1 person remains in critical condition.
Well, Olivia Dance is joining us live from Baltimore City Police Headquarters. She has the latest. Olivia.
Yeah, Taylor and Tom, this shooting is still under investigation by the Baltimore Police Department, but some residents say they heard several gunshots before seeing a car go down the street. Fox 45 News spoke with neighbors who were disturbed that a child was injured during the shooting. Take a listen.
You know, I just hope he all right. God got his arms around him, you know, because I don't think if it was a he or she, you know, they ain't deserve that, you know. They kids. Growing up in a neighborhood like this.
It feels like sad because like little kids go and play and like it just feels sad knowing that something like that could happen near anywhere.
That was Leonor Vargas and her daughter Gabriella. Leonor is unable to speak English but clearly understood how the shooting made her feel. Her daughter translating for her while also processing the shooting herself. Baltimore police arrived to the scene on McElderly Street near East Avenue at around 3 in the afternoon yesterday. 3 people were shot, including that 9-year-old girl. A bullet pierced her ankle. Another victim is a 20-year-old woman with gunshot wounds to her upper body. She's in critical condition. The third victim, a 28-year-old man, shot in the leg with non-life-threatening injuries. And police have only released details about the people hurt in the shooting, but no other information. So, of course, if you do have any information, you should call police. For now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
Next week, City State Attorney Ivan Bates will mark 100 days in office. Fox 45's Mackenzie Frost is going to host a town hall with Mr. Bates to talk about this milestone. It's happening Thursday, April 13th at 7 o'clock. We invite you to join us there at the Metropolitan Baptist Church on McCullough Street, or you can watch the town hall live on foxbaltimore.com.
6:04 now on the path forward when it comes to economic recovery. The latest research shows Baltimore is failing when compared with 24 other major cities. City halls focused on the city's recovery, and with the help of $641 million in federal dollars, the mayor is attempting to put this struggling city back on its feet.
All about how we will put Baltimoreans back to work. Violence prevention efforts with American Rescue Plan dollars.
But there are early indications that despite City Hall's recovery plan, the city is still on life support. Researchers from the Economic Institute in San Francisco used federal data to rank this country's major cities on their recovery progress since the pandemic. Of the 25 major cities, Austin, Texas showed the most progress. Baltimore, however, showed the least. If you want to see the full story, you can check it out on our website, foxbaltimore.com.
Fox 45, we're getting you ready for the Orioles home opener against the New York Yankees, and there's a lot to look forward to this season, like the team rebuilding itself over the past few years.
That's right. Be More Lifestyle host Mark Clark joins us live at Camden Yards with what fans can look forward to about this year's team. Good morning, Mark.
Good morning. I'm standing next to a legend, the Scott Garceau is here.
Go easy now.
Fellow Midwesterner, you know what I mean? You've heard his voice all these years, since the 80s. And so, Scott, tell me about, what are you excited about this year? What can we look forward to?
I think a lot. I think the team last year was about a year ahead of time. I thought what happened last year might happen this year, but hey, we'll take it last year, right? Over 500. They were in the pennant race until the final days of the season. And now this year we get a full season of Adley Rutschman, not part of the season. Gunnar Henderson didn't show up until late in September. We get a full year of Gunnar. Grayson Rodriguez pitched a great game in Texas last week. He's one of the top prospects in all of baseball. So those young guys to go with the Mullins and the Santanders and the veteran core, it's a pretty exciting time in Baltimore to be an Oriole fan. And by the way, the minor league system's ranked the #1 system in all of baseball.
Come on, number one. Nobody can complain anymore. Again, it's funny. They're having that experience of actually listening and hearing the voice and seeing it at the same time. Pretty exciting. We're excited this opening day, baby.
We're coming.
We're out here all morning long as we cover the Orioles.
Man.
Yeah, thank you, Mark. Man, that's amazing. Hearing Scott Garceau right now, seeing him and hearing him.
Face,
Yeah, it is.
you put a face to the voice.
Love the voice. We want to see how you're representing Birdland today. In fact, share your opening day celebrations with us. Scan the QR code right there on your screen. Head to foxbaltimore.com/chime in.
Mayor Scott calling a school funding requirement a gut punch. Just ahead this morning, the unexpected and expensive cost to implement the Kerwin plan.
New changes coming to Major League Baseball. The rule changes you can expect to see when you head down to Camden Yards today.
And cooler weather with highs in the 60s. Meteorologist Justin Chambers will let you know what you can expect this Easter Sunday ahead in his full weather authority forecast. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
All right, welcome back. We are live from Camden Yards. I don't think they're going to let me keep this. You can actually get one of these. This is one of the things you can buy because I haven't hit a home run here yet. I'm not even allowed to step on the field. I don't know how I'm going to hit a home run if that is in fact the case where I have to step here on the dirt. But trivia time. Are you guys ready?
Yeah, ready. All right, let's go.
All right. What big item was just removed from Camden Yards at Oriole Park this year? There's a big item that they've taken out of Camden Yards this year. What do you guys think?
I think the sun set on something. That's all I'm going to say.
Oh, nice tea. Because I was going to go with like the crab pretzel. But okay, we're going with a big, she said a sun set on something is what Taylor's answer was. Is she close?
I don't know. I don't know what she's talking about. But it is something with the sun. The Baltimore Sun, if you look up at that big old scoreboard up there, it no longer says the sun.
Yeah.
Because
Underneath
it's gone.
It's all gone.
Removed.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
The sun
it's
set
all
on the
gone.
sign.
So
I
it's
get
all
it.
clear.
The Baltimore Sun sign is gone. It's been there for decades. I thought it was they were taking down the clock too, but I guess the clock is still there. Is that right? So it's just the advertisement below it is gone.
We should get some Fox 45
And the clock is
advertisement up there.
correct, Tom. The clock is correct too.
I know how that makes you happy right there. Yes, the clock is still correct.
We'll have more with your forecast.
6:11.
I'm going to do the forecast. We're going to be talking about all things great and all things opening day. It, of course, is a holiday here in Baltimore. Let's go O's!
Let's go O's. And Justin, did you go out on the field? I heard you right when we were in commercial break saying, oh, wait, I'll go get it. I'll go get it. Don't go on the grass. What happened?
It's a thing with another guy from another station, and he almost went out there, and then I almost went out there, and security almost tackled us. I don't want to talk about it. Yeah, I don't want to talk about it. Again, we have to stay right here. It's bad enough that I took one of these things, and again, I don't know if I'm going to be able to keep it. I've got a baseball. I'm like collecting things as I kind of traipse around and see what's going on. They're never letting me out here again. They're never letting me out here again. But anyway, we'll have more for you coming up in a few minutes.
That's good. Well, Easter is this Sunday, so make sure the Easter Bunny hides all of his eggs in time while this year's White House Easter egg hunt will teach kids about farming and healthy eating.
Former President Donald Trump's legal saga continues. Up next, we'll speak to Armstrong Williams about what comes next for Trump and why Stormy Daniels believes he should not go to prison. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all All right, former President Donald Trump pleading not guilty to 34 counts of falsifying business records following Tuesday's historic indictment. Joining us live to preview the road ahead, Washington insider Armstrong Williams. Good morning to you.
Good morning, Taylor.
Good morning. So let's just start here. The bottom line of this assertion and these charges are that the former president sought to undermine the integrity of the 2016 election through that hush money scheme in New York. That is a felony. How serious is this?
Well, I read the indictment, and it's really embarrassing. It's just why the reason many legal experts and critics on both sides are trying to figure out why Alvin Bragg brought the charges in the first place. I think it's just a prelude to the other more serious charges, George's, Mar-a-Lago, and January 6th. I mean, listen, this is not going anywhere anytime soon. And I think what's most important here, you saw one Trump inside the courtroom where he only said 2 words, not guilty. He had the appropriate decorum. And once he got on his plane and landed back in Mar-a-Lago, because the judge did warn him, no inciting violence, no crazy posts on Twitter and social media. But once he got back in Mar-a-Lago, he became Trump with the propaganda, with inciting his base, trying to raise money and make people believe that he's a victim. So there are 2 Trumps you have to deal with. He knows he cannot lie and falsify in a courtroom before a judge because that's perjury.
Well, and speaking of Mar-a-Lago, when he went back home to his supporters, he's obviously still galvanizing support. From a voter standpoint, how does this help him or hurt him?
It galvanizes. He's clearly the favorite. The voters see him as a victim. And listen, justice is not blind. I mean, obviously, this is weaponizing the prosecutorial process. And many people can see this. And many people have felt this way about themselves and what the deep state and what government often does to them, sometimes leaving them bankrupt and just leaving them in financial ruin. And so Donald Trump will benefit from this in the short term. If he can behave himself, which we know he can't, we just have to see where it leads in the long run.
We know that the next appearance is December 8th. So in the long run, this could certainly bleed into the 2024 year and election. What do you think how this will impact that year just ahead? I mean, this is a conversation that's playing out not only in the courtroom, but in the public arena.
You know, it doesn't really matter what goes on in the public arena, Taylor. What matters is inside the courtroom, because public opinion has no impact on the necessary outcome. But I will say this, December, whatever that date is, it's really meaningless because it can change on a dime. And this is a political prosecution. It's not one based on principle. And so Alvin Bragg will probably seek re-election. His case will be sort of taken apart with a fine-tooth comb, and Donald Trump will be Donald Trump. But Donald Trump is running for president. None of this stops him from running for president, and none of it's going to stop him from getting the nomination. The question is, if Donald Trump gets the nomination, which if you look at it today, which is likely that he will, what does this mean for America and the Republican Party in the future?
And we'll find out, and we will find out. Thank you so much, Armstrong Williams.
Thank you, Taylor.
Taking a live look now over Camden Yards this morning, where we are just hours away from the O's home opener against the Yankees. Governor Wes Moore set to throw out the first pitch with his family. That'll be right before the 3:05 first pitch for the pitchers throws out against the Yankees. Meteorologist Justin Chambers joining us live from Camden Yards this morning. Oh, come on now, Justin. You're not alone either. Yeah, got the Oriole bird out there with you.
Well, exactly right, Tom. And, you know, it's opening day today, but kids' opening day is Sunday, and kids are going to get this, the Oriole bird bobblehead, and the Oriole bird is here with us. Now, what about being slimed? What do you think about that? Yeah. He's like, no way. All right, now I got a question for you. Now, Hank the Bird, of course, is on my show. You guys are friends. You guys go out and, like, kind of hang out. Sometimes you have, yeah, see? So I didn't think there was any jealousy. I just want to make sure everything is cleared up with that. Are you excited for opening day? All right, get out of here. I got to go do some weather. Take your bobblehead, get out of here. All right, let's do some forecasting right now. Talk about what we have for you in store for the day as we take a look at our radar right now. And overall, maybe seeing just a couple of sprinkles here and there, but I think it's just kind of overdone just a bit on those at this time. So we're looking at temperatures today that are going to be more close to average for this time of year. In fact, numbers right now are mainly in the 50s, so just a light jacket as you are heading outside this morning. That's about all you are going to need. And you can see those temperatures up and down the Chesapeake and across central Maryland Again, cooler than we've been the last few mornings, not the 87-degree day that we had yesterday. Now, we'll keep some clouds around today. We're not expecting to see much in the way of rain. Again, maybe a stray shower or two kind of left over as that system moves out to the east. But overall, temperatures a lot closer to average for this time of year. Now, if you want to grab a cup of coffee, enjoy some breakfast with us here this morning, we appreciate you being here on opening day. It is a holiday, after all, in Charm City with lower 50s for the next couple of hours. That sun coming up in just a little bit. Hopefully, it'll warm us up a tad and we can shed the cool FOX45 jacket. Here's a look at your O's cast. I'm going to do that all morning. I can't believe I get to do it from home plate. But 62 here for your first pitch at 3:05, as we were just talking about. And our numbers today are going to be in the upper 50s and lower 60s across the board. So definitely a cooler start to the day. Maybe bring a light jacket out too. The park if you're going to be coming out to celebrate opening day for your O's. Now, overall, that system to the south of us, that's where we're going to see some of those showers. So southern Maryland down into parts of Virginia Beach, possibly seeing some showers today, but we're dry tomorrow, and then plenty of sunshine coming in on Sunday for Easter Sunday, albeit it will be a little bit cooler. Tomorrow will be the coolest day as we take a look at that 7-day forecast and let you know exactly what's going on with those numbers. So lower 60s for your Friday. We're back to the mid to upper 50s on Saturday. Now, we'll start off chilly on Easter Sunday morning for Easter sunrise services and Easter egg hunts in the afternoon, brunches, all looking good. We're going to be warming up nicely as we head toward the end or middle of next week. So back out here live, we've got much more for you coming up. Mark Clark is out here. It's team coverage. It's a holiday. It's National Beer Day. It's happening here at Oriole Park at Camden Yards. We're back with more live in just a few minutes from right now.
So much excitement. Thank you, Justin.
Like you said, so much excitement. We'll tell you how your kids can cheer free. And what about those $10 bleacher seats? All that information is coming up opening day out here at Camden Yards. Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning long.
$10 seats got me hooked. All right, a crucial vote in Tennessee's State House leads to protest. Why President Biden is referring to the vote as undemocratic. 622, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local. This morning, reaction to a precedent-setting vote that ousted 2 Tennessee Democratic lawmakers from their offices.
Shannon Lilly has the latest in the Live Center with that reaction and what comes next.
Taylor, Tom, we're taking a live look over Nashville right now this morning as demonstrators return to the State House here, and they loudly were protesting the vote and calling for stricter gun control measures. This after hours of fiery debate. 2 of these 3 lawmakers were ousted, accused of violating decorum rules when they joined thousands of demonstrators who stormed the State House last week. The Republican supermajority voted to expel Representative Justin Jones of Nashville and Representative Justin Pearson of Memphis. However, they failed by 1 vote to kick out Representative Gloria Johnson of Knoxville from the chamber. Expulsions of Jones and Pearson were effective immediately, meaning there are now 2 vacancies. The lawmakers, now dubbed the Tennessee Three, responding after yesterday's events. Listen.
Rather than pass laws that will address red flags and banning assault weapons and universal background checks, they passed resolutions to expel their colleagues.
To get to the issues that are at stake. And sometimes that takes breaking a few decorum rules.
It is my promise to fight like hell to get both of them back.
President Biden also responding to yesterday's expulsion. In a tweet, he says here, 3 kids and 3 officials gunned down in yet another mass shooting. And what are GOP officials focused on? Punishing lawmakers who joined thousands of peaceful protesters calling for action. It's shocking, undemocratic, and without precedent. As for what comes next, filling the vacancies now falls to county legislative bodies. And in Jones's case, Nashville's Metro Council. The council meeting to hold an appointment vote is scheduled for Monday at 4:30 p.m. Central Time. For now, that's the latest from the Live Center. Taylor.
Your home opener forecast looks good, but what about Easter Sunday? Meteorologist Justin Chambers will break it all down in his full weather authority forecast.
An unexpected increase in the funding requirement for city schools. I'm Olivia Danson. Coming up next, find out how Mayor Scott is handling it. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Oh man, good Friday morning. Good home opener. I'm Taylor Stewart.
I'm Tom Rogers. Yes, it is a home opener today, and we are taking you live to Camden Yards.
Yeah, the O's are going to take on the Yankees today in that home opener, and we've got Lime TV coverage for you.
And you can see right here, getting us ready for the big game today, we've got Mark Clark in Camden Yards this morning. In just a few minutes, we'll be talking to him about... Wait a minute.
Hold on.
Throwing us off here. Wait a second. What's going on? Somebody's having fun down the bar.
All right, get back in your box.
Too much fun. Work.
The magic of television showing you just how close the two photographers are as you guys are both down there right behind home plate. Yeah, the switch. Love it. Love it. Yeah, we have a lot of fun ahead of us. We'll be chatting with Mark Clark here in just a little bit.
Absolutely. But first, meteorologist Justin Chambers, what's the weather supposed to be like? You look like you're chilling in that jacket. 60s?
Yeah, well, it's in the 50s right now. Definitely a little bit cooler and a bit breezy, too. That wind has picked up just a little bit here this morning, guys. You spoke about the switch, Tom, and, yeah, that new defensive switch, illegal now. You can't be doing that. We'll also be talking about some changes as well with the pitch clock, and we actually are going to show you the new pitch clocks that are here at Camden Yards that you will see coming up on opening day and throughout the 82 games that are going to be played right here in Baltimore. So we'll be taking a look at that. Our temperatures, again, this afternoon will be definitely cooler than yesterday, but we're not tracking any rain or storms, which is why we're going to have a great day for opening day. Just bring a jacket if you're going to be out here, especially later into the afternoon and evening. Back with your full forecast and more from OPACY. It's all coming up in a few.
All right. Meanwhile, Baltimore City Mayor Brandon Scott unveiling a nearly $3.5 billion budget proposal for 2024. It includes an unexpected mandatory increase in education, which is proving to be a major stumbling block.
Now, the city will operate with a $2.2 billion general fund. That's an increase of more than 3% over last year. No money will be taken out of the rainy day fund, but the city is only contributing $2 million this year, opposed to the $4 million that's normal. The Department of Public Works is also getting funding for 37 new positions to create 10 new solid waste crews. That's part of the effort to help the city get back to weekly recycling.
Now, Olivia Dance joins us with a look at the money the city is giving to that Kerwin education plan. Olivia.
Yeah, well, the blueprint for Maryland's future, or Kerwin, is coming at an unexpectedly expensive cost for Baltimore, as 11% of the city's operating budget will be used on education.
We are going to meet this requirement because it's the right thing to do, and the only way that we're going to grow into being the best Baltimore, and that's investing in our school system.
As you heard, Mayor Scott saying the city will meet the mandate, but also recognize the additional funding is a gut punch. The blueprint, or Kerwin, is a 10-year education plan that calls to pour billions of dollars into classrooms across the state. City leaders say they were expecting an additional $12 million or so to go towards funding the school, but the funding formula actually called for an additional $79 million. Mayor Scott's planning to pull the money from the city's surplus last year, but he says tapping into the reserve isn't sustainable long term. He's looking to Annapolis for funding formula changes.
What we've been discussing with them and what we've heard is a open and willingness to look at how we can look at the formula. It's not what the governor or anyone expected us to be having at this point.
And Baltimore City residents will have the chance to weigh in on the budget proposal on April 26th, and the final budget must be approved on June 26th. For now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
All right, we're just hours away from that home opener game against the New York Yankees. And if you weren't able to get tickets to the game, don't worry.
You have plenty of opportunities to get tickets this season, and you could even score a discount on prices.
Be More Lifestyle host Mark Clark is live from Camden Yards this morning to tell us about the tickets for this season.
And we're with TJ Brightman this morning. My hearing just went out, TJ, but still, that's not going to stop the party, right?
Not at all. Not at all, Mark. We're ready. I'd like to play right now.
Look at you. So tell us about some of the things going on. I know I mentioned the $10 bleacher seats.
Oh, yeah, right.
I mentioned the kids. Tell me about what's going on.
Well, yeah, we do have $10 bleacher seats Monday through Thursday. We've got $12 student nights every Friday night. I mean, just like a little bit of something for everyone. Of course, becoming a Birdland member is really attractive for a lot of our fans. They get a lot of exclusive benefits. They get discounts on concessions, on merchandise. There's something for everyone, but we're super excited about this season and where this club is right now.
It feels like the momentum is all here. Is it like a perfect storm of good stuff finally happening for us?
You know, Mark, I think when we went through that 10-game win streak last year, that's when things really started to change for us. You could start to feel that, you know, obviously the fans getting excited. We were getting excited in the organization, and then we started to get some national attention. So this is where we are. You know, having 83 wins last year and the improvement that we had from the year before. Really excited about this season.
Another thing, you know, sometimes it's like almost having something that you take for granted.
Yeah.
Always, we've had one of the greatest experiences in Major League Baseball.
Well, we play here in this ballpark.
That's right.
First of all, right?
Right.
And that says something. This place is going to be alive today. We've got 45,000 people, standing room only tickets. It's like old times, and we have high hopes for this club this year, and you know, really for the next decade. So we're pumped.
Thank you so much.
Happy opening day.
Happy opening day. I can't hear you guys, so I can't talk to you, but hey, what's going down here? We're here all morning, and of course, ready for opening day.
All right.
Thank you, Mark. And of course, there's 7 days in a row that you can be at home for the Orioles. There's lots of tickets. We want to see how you're representing Birdland, though, today. Whether you're going to the game or watching from home, share your opening day celebrations with us. And scan the QR code you see right there on your screen, or head over to foxbaltimore.com/chime-in.
A 9-year-old girl, the latest victim following a triple shooting in the city. Coming up, we hear from her community as they voice their frustrations.
I'm Atrell Nashar in Washington, where central bankers from around the world are gathering this week. Coming up, why they're predicting turbulent times ahead.
And we will see cooler temperatures today with highs in the lower 60s. Meteorologist Justin Chambers is live at Camden Yards to tell you what it'll look like this Easter Sunday in his full Weather Authority forecast. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Weather Window, presented by the National Weather Desk.
Severe weather swept the mid-Atlantic Thursday evening, dropping quarter-sized hail and larger over parts of Maryland's eastern shore. In Austin, Texas, Thursday rains turned into downpours for a time. Wet weather is expected to continue Friday. And the clouds broke around Salt Lake City, Utah with warmer temperatures, but still plenty of snow to form these literal snow bunnies.
For more content like this, like the National Weather Desk on Facebook.
Well, it is a gorgeous morning here on opening day at Camden Yards. I don't know, a hat. Of course, now I'm good to go. I don't have to worry about the TV hair anymore because I'm out here live and the wind is blowing me around. Overall, we are taking a look at your opening day, and the forecast is looking pretty good. We'll talk more about your weather forecast and what we can expect for Easter weekend as well. But ding, 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 ding. Trivia time. Trivia. Are you guys ready?
Question number 2. Yes,
All right, let's go for it.
All right. Do we have music for this? Like, do we have some funky
we don't, but we can
music?
see it already
I need a microphone like
question.
Bob Barker. No, anyway, okay, whatever. All right, so question is, when did Gunnar Henderson hit his first Major League home run? Gunnar Henderson, first Major League home run.
It was his first time playing as a Major League player, and it was last season, right? He came in at the end of last season. When was it? It was, because his helmet came off, the red locks were flowing, and they were saying you kind of did that on purpose. He swings, hits it, knocks his helmet off, runs around the bases. Was it against the Indians? Who was it?
I'm going to phone a friend and say I absolutely don't know, but I love his hair.
Time's up. Time's up. You guys are taking too long. August? Yeah. August 13th, 2022. Yeah, August 13th. August 13th. Woo. And that actually is the same day that the Orioles selected his contract and put him on the starting roster. Wow. So he is one of many of the young guns that are here. You know, Grayson Rodriguez got the start in Texas in front of his home and in front of his family. And we've got, obviously, Adley, who's great, and bobbleheads and all sorts of great young players. That's the excitement that's building with the O's, not only this year, but last year as well. And that's going to carry over into this year. So we'll talk more about opening day, the festivities here, and the new pitch clock. That's something new for Major League Baseball this year. I'm going to talk about it and show it to you coming up live from Camden Yards in just a few. Back to you guys.
Love it.
All right, sounds good. Thank you,
All
Justin.
right.
All right, yeah, Rushman is the one that put the chain over Gunner's head.
Baltimore Archdiocese abuse victims are wondering what's next after the bombshell report. We're digging deeper into the nearly 500-page document.
Our coverage of today's home opener continues after the break. Why the new Major League Baseball season comes with some new rules. Justin was just talking about one of them right there. There's a couple other ones that will be changing the game and speeding it up. 6:42, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all
Now to your morning rush. A Baltimore community shaken after yet another child falls victim to gun violence, this time a 9-year-old girl.
A shooting happening on McElderly Street yesterday afternoon. 2 other people were hurt, and one of them is now in critical condition. Olivia Dance joining us live from Baltimore City Police headquarters, and she has the latest in this investigation. Olivia.
Yeah, well, Taylor and Tom, this shooting is still under investigation by the Baltimore Police Department, but some residents say that they heard several gunshots before seeing a car go down the street. Baltimore police arrived to the scene on McElderly Street near East Avenue at around 3 in the afternoon yesterday. 3 people were shot, including that 9-year-old girl. A bullet pierced her ankle. Another victim is a 20-year-old woman with gunshot wounds to her upper body. She's in critical condition. The third victim, a 28-year-old man, shot in the leg with non-life-threatening injuries. Police, though, have only released details about the people hurt in the shooting, but no other information. Coming up in about 15 minutes, we will hear from neighbors who were near the scene of the shooting. Back to you.
Taking a live look over Camden Yards this morning, where we are just hours away from the home opener against the Yankees. Governor Wes Moore is set to throw the first pitch with his family at 3:05 this afternoon.
Meteorologist Justin Chambers, he's been live from Camden Yards this morning, stealing people's, toys out there while you're out there, checking things out, not going on the grass, so you haven't been kicked out yet. And he's looking at what it's going to be like this afternoon for us as we're down at the game.
Yeah, exactly right. Tom and Taylor, good morning to both of you, and good morning, everybody. Happy opening day. It is a holiday here. We know it's National Beer Day. It's Good Friday, too, if you observe that. But we are talking about temperatures that are a little chilly right now. Also, some things that could be chilling in terms of new rules with the game as we get into opening day. We'll talk more about that in that pitch clock coming up in a few minutes. Right now, let's talk weather, shall we? As my friend Chris pans up and shows you beautiful Camden Yards up toward the press box. I don't know if we can go up there, but maybe I can just kind of traipse around and see what's going on. All right, so let's take a look at our forecast. And yeah, you can see that zoomed in shot. We're somewhere down there. I don't know if they can get a camera shot that's tight enough for us, but either way, we are here live at Camden Yards. And our temps are mainly in the 50s right now. Definitely grab a light jacket. I've had my FOX45 jacket on here this morning, and you'll need that if you're heading out with the dog or just getting out to get a quick walk in this morning. Now, numbers here in the next couple of hours are going to be a little closer to average. That's what we're talking about today. We've got mostly cloudy skies out there right now, and we're going to stay mostly cloudy as we head into the afternoon as well, with those temperatures that are a lot closer to average than the 80s that we saw yesterday. So enjoy some coffee, some donuts, whatever you got here this morning. Maybe a good, healthy breakfast for you and the kids as you get out and about. That sun is officially up right now, even though it's cloudy, and the sun will be up until 7:36 tonight. So on your O's cast, we're talking about lower 60s for that first pitch. 3:05 is the time, not the area code that Pitbull likes to talk about, but it's still the same thing, actually, 3:05. All right, upper 50s and lower 60s across central Maryland for this afternoon. Again, those highs are a lot closer to average. Now, some showers in southern Maryland and down on the southern end of the Chesapeake later this afternoon. May see a stray shower try to move through here. I know it's really trying to kind of get a couple of sprinkles, but it's mainly just the breezy conditions why it's a little bit cool. But we're dry for opening pitch, and for most of the weekend series, we're looking good on Saturday and Sunday. Easter Sunday also looking very nice, with temperatures that will be back into the lower 60s as we look at that 7-day forecast. Opening day, 62, 57, chilly tomorrow, but back into the lower 60s on Sunday, and then warm it up nicely. Got another home series Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday, and we're going to see some very nice conditions for that. All right, back out here live. This is what a lot of people are talking about. Not me, but this thing right here. This is the pitch clock, and this is new. There's one here, and there's one on the other side of behind home plate. Now, this is that new pitch clock, and basically it is set to kind of speed up the game. Players so far have said they liked it. Others say they don't like it. Fans kind of in the middle as well, but it is supposed to speed up the game, and basically you get 30 seconds in between pitches. That is when the bases are empty, and if there are runners on base, it is 15 seconds. Now, here's what's going on, too. If the pitcher doesn't get the pitch off, he gets a ball credited to the other team. And then if the batter doesn't get in the batter box, he gets a strike call. And that actually has happened in spring training. I don't know how much has happened so far in the first week of games, but either way, this is the new pitch clock. You're going to see this when you come out to Oriole Park at Camden Yards. And much more coming up all morning long. We're the only station live and local, so all the other guys are going to leave, and we're going to have the park to ourselves. How about that?
Nice, even better, yeah. It's scary, too. I know the O's will be watching you even more intently as you've been cruising all around. Try and get up to that press box.
I know.
Yeah, I will.
Well, we want to see how all of you are representing Birdland today. Go ahead and share your opening day celebrations with us. Scan that QR code on your screen or head over to foxbaltimore.com/chime-in.
Well, taking a live look now from our Len Stoller mobile track. If you're heading out this morning, yeah, we are right outside of Camden Yards. And of course, this afternoon, that's when you're going to come into some traffic issues here, not only at Camden Yards, but also right around CFG Arena because the boss, Bruce Springsteen, is performing tonight. So you got the Yankees in town, and then you go over to Jersey and you got your boss, Bruce Springsteen, coming in. So there's a whole lot going on. So traffic will be an issue at your evening commute. Another change fans will see this season. The bases are bigger. The new bases now 18 inches and squared off there as opposed to the 15-inch squares that you traditionally saw there. This is home plate will be staying the same. Officials with Major League Baseball say the primary goal of this change is to give players more room to operate and avoid collisions. However, Shannon Lilly's joining us now at the desk, and Taylor and Shannon, I don't know. They say the bigger play, that's safer so that people don't collide.
Yeah.
I'm not buying that. I think it's easier to get it to be safe, and it keeps the ball moving, higher scores, more people show up.
I'm agreeing with that because I think they're trying to get this more interesting with the clock to kind of rush people up, bigger bases. I don't know. What do you think?
I like the pitch clock. I think it's just exciting. You know, you keep it moving, you keep it exciting.
2.5-hour games on average as opposed to 3+.
Exactly. Yeah.
I'm committing this year. I'm a committed O's fan this year because of that.
Yeah, there it is, right there.
Because of done.
We won her over. See that? Yeah.
All right. 3 cheers for beers, though. Why today may have some ale lovers just hopping for joy.
Imagine being from Baltimore and also being the voice of the Orioles. What? So cool. Brett Hollander talks to us coming up next. You know where we are. Opening day, baby.
Thank you, Mark. It's also National Beer Day, but before we consume some cold suds,
how about some hot coffee? It's time for a coffee break. It was a quiet day on Thursday at Wall Street when the wrap-up of the short week. The tech-heavy Nasdaq fared better, up 90 points, and the Dow, S&P posted modest gains. Still, stock were down for the week.
And weekless jobless claims just came in higher than expected at 228,000, the latest sign that the red-hot jobs market is cooling off.
National correspondent Antra Alanchar has a closer look at the new forecast coming from top economists.
Signs of the slowdown, a year in the making by the Federal Reserve, are rearing their heads this week. Arguably the strongest pillar of the U.S. economy, the job market, cooling off with weaker than expected indicators ahead of Friday's monthly jobs report. Cleveland Fed President Loretta Mester noticing businesses bracing for leaner times.
In terms of the businesses themselves, of course, they are preparing, right, for, I would say, some slowdown in the economy. But a lot of the firms are still telling us that their conditions are still pretty good.
Predicting inflation won't reach the Fed's 2% target until 2025, leaving the door open for more interest rate hikes.
I'm hoping we don't tighten until something breaks. I don't think that's the strategy that I would like to follow.
Mark Hafel, Chief Investment Officer at UBS Global Wealth Management, telling clients recession risks have increased. Those risks are increasing everywhere. Central bankers from around the world are gathering here in Washington this week for the World Bank and International Monetary Fund spring meetings. IMF Managing Director Kristalina Georgieva says that global growth this year will be weak at less than 3%.
The path ahead, and especially the path to robust growth, is rough and foggy.
Telling central banks to stay the course and keep tightening policy to fight inflation.
Now is not the time to be complacent.
Advice that is too risky for some. Unsure if the U.S. economy, with an erratic housing market and anxious banking sector, can take it. In Washington, I'm Atrel Nashar reporting.
The global economy expected to grow less this year than last year, and that's for some concern here. The International Monetary Fund chief is worrying that slow growth will increase the risk of global hunger and poverty. She raises the issue a week before spring meetings with the IMF and World Bank. Central banks all around the world have aggressively hiked interest rates to try and calm inflation, but it also cooled the economy. Environmental Protection Agency leaders propose new standards to protect people who live right near chemical plants. The EPA is calling on plants nationwide to measure certain hazardous materials that cross their property lines and to reduce them when they are too high. The EPA says enforcement of such a rule would reduce cancer risk and other exposure impacts on neighboring communities. The Internal Revenue Service, the IRS, is outlining how it plans to use its $80 billion funding increase. The agency pledges to improve operations, invest in new technology, hire more customer service representatives, and expand audits of high wealth taxpayers. Now, some Republicans have lamented without evidence that the funding from Democrats' Inflation Reduction Act will create an army of armed auditors to harass middle-class taxpayers. The agency's new commissioner says it will not spend on new armed agents.
First Lady Jill Biden is turning this year's White House Easter egg roll into an educational experience. The annual event will feature a variety of stations where kids can learn about things like farming and healthy eating. About 30,000 people, most of them children, are expected to take part in the activities throughout the day on Monday.
This year's White House Easter egg education roll will also feature a schoolhouse activity area, reading nook, talent show, field trip to the farm, picture day, a physical education zone, a snack time tent, and more.
The White House Easter egg roll dates back to 1878. Monday will be the second time President Biden and the First Lady will host the event. It was not held during Biden's first year in office due to the COVID-19 pandemic.
Another child falls victim to gun violence in Baltimore. I'm Olivia Danson. Coming up next, all the latest in the investigation, plus hear from concerned residents.
The Birds returned to the nest today with a top 5 offense in home runs and runs batted in. Coming up, public relations expert is joining us to break down the importance of building momentum on and off the field.
Let's go, O's! Here we go. It's opening day. You think you're excited? I'm excited. I'm pumped up. It's Fox 45 Morning News. Let's go!
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Woo, we are pumped up. My goodness. And you know, our meteorologist is really pumped up because he's not here in the studio. He's actually out again.
I know. Oh, my goodness. You'll have a look at your forecast from Camden Yards in just a bit here. April 7th, Taylor Stewart.
Tom Rogers, yeah, and we want to go to Justin here in just a little bit. Oh, no, actually going out there. Now, Justin, you're all alone in there, right? Nobody else is, none of the other stations are there. So are you able to go on the grass? Sneak out there?
I mean, does that count? I'm not being tackled yet. Like okay, I can't go on the field.
If you ran across the field, do you think they'd catch you?
They would absolutely catch me because I am wildly out of shape. So that is not going to be tested this morning. Good morning, everybody. We got that fresh sod, got that fresh baseball field, and we are feeling good for opening day, a holiday right here in Baltimore. We love it here in Charm City. Yeah, look at how gorgeous this field is. A brand new field, actually. 105,000 square feet of Kentucky bluegrass right here in Charm City. And so we are talking about opening day and all of the great things that are going to be taking place for that first pitch at 3:05 this afternoon. So coming up in a few minutes, we'll take a look at the weather forecast and what you'll need to dress in for the game today, as well as what we can expect for your Easter weekend. All of that coming up live from OPACY. Back to you guys.
OPACY. All right, you're staying with that. Thank you. Now to your Lens Solar Traffic Network, taking a look at your drive times this morning at 7:02. Everyone's in the green. No major issues to report.
What the kid had to do with it, you know? That's what makes this stuff crazy.
A southwest Baltimore community shaken after another child falls victim to gun violence, this time a 9-year-old girl.
This happened along McElderly Street yesterday afternoon. 2 other people were hurt. One of them remains in critical condition this morning.
Olivia Dance is joining us live from Baltimore City Police Headquarters, and she has the latest. Olivia.
Well, Taylor and Tom, this shooting is still under investigation by the Baltimore Police Department, and some residents say they heard several gunshots before seeing a car go down the street. Fox 45 News spoke with neighbors who were disturbed that a child was injured during the shooting. Take a listen.
You know, I just hope he all right. God got his arms around him, you know, because I don't think if it was a he or she, you know, they ain't deserve that, you know. They kids growing up in a neighborhood like this.
It feels like sad because like little kids go and play, and like it just feels sad knowing that something like that could happen near anywhere.
That was Leonor Vargas and her daughter Gabriella. Leonor is unable to speak English but clearly understood how the shooting made her feel. Her daughter translating for her while also processing the shooting herself. Baltimore police arrived to the scene on McElderly Street near East Avenue at around 3 in the afternoon yesterday. 3 people were shot, including that 9-year-old girl. A bullet pierced her ankle. Another victim is a 20-year-old woman with gunshot wounds to her upper body. Now she's in critical condition. The third victim, a 28-year-old man, shot in the leg with non-life-threatening injuries. Police, though, have only released details about the people hurt in the shooting, but no other information. Of course, though, if you do have any information, you should call police. For now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
Now, 6 juveniles have been killed in Baltimore City this year. That is the same number of children killed in all of 2020.
17-year-old Deasia Garrison was the first teenager shot and killed this year. She died New Year's Day. Weeks later, 16-year-old Deontay Dorsey was shot and killed at Edmondson Village Shopping Center. That's right across the street from his high school during the school day. 4 other students were hurt in that shooting.
And then last month, 16-year-old Isaiah Carter shot and killed at a park near his high school.
Several teenagers have been charged with murder this year. This week, Fox 45 News learned that a 15-year-old is being charged as an adult in the shooting death of boxer Ernest Hall. 16-year-old is being charged in the Edmondson Village shooting that killed Dorsey. He's facing first-degree murder charges. Fox 45 News spoke with residents this week who say leaders need to make changes to stop the crime.
I think it just needs to be stricter gun laws, and I think that we as parents need to raise our kids better.
Now, we want to know what you think. Who shares the blame for the rise in crime and violence among young people? Lawmakers, parents, schools, or all of the above? 71% of voters say all of the above right now. Head to foxbaltimore.com to weigh in.
Next week, City State's Attorney Ivan Bates will mark his first 100 days in office. Fox 45's Mackenzie Frost will be hosting a town hall with Bates to talk about the milestone. That's Thursday night, April 13th at 7. We invite you to join us at the new Metropolitan Baptist Church. That's right on McCullough Street. Or you can watch the town hall live on foxbaltimore.com.
True accountability means let us read your names. Come on, let's not hide. Come on forward and come clean.
More than 100 Catholic clergy members are identified in a scathing report from the Attorney General's office about child sex abuse within the Archdiocese of Baltimore.
Now, it's a sense of closure for some of the victims, but others are still looking for justice. Many of the names in that report remain redacted. Maryland Attorney General Anthony Brown says it may be too late for criminal justice, but there's still hope for accountability in civil court.
Unfortunately, most of the abusers and those who concealed their wrongdoing are dead and no longer subject to prosecution. We never rule anything out only because, as I just called or invited others with information to reach out to our office, it's hard to predict what information may come available to us.
Maryland's statute of limitations in civil cases could be on the way out, but it currently prevents anyone over the age of 38 from suing their abuser. That bill is on its way to the governor's desk for approval.
If you'd like to read the Attorney General's report yourself, you can do so right now at foxbaltimore.com. 7:06 and growing fears of escalation between Israel and its enemies following airstrike exchanges overnight.
Let's get right over to Shane Lilly at the Live Center following this very active situation.
Yeah, the latest developments, guys. The AP now confirming that 2 women were killed and another seriously hurt following an alleged Palestinian shooting attack in the northern occupied West Bank. Now, this clash is coming as many religions around the world recognize their most holy days of the year. A live look over the Western Wall in Jerusalem as all of this unfolds. Israel's defense forces are readying for more potential violent retaliations following an exchange of attacks on the Gaza Strip. Israel launched an airstrike in Lebanon, bombing Hamas targets, marking the most serious escalation between the nations since the 2006 Lebanon war. Israeli military says it attacked several targets, including a tunnel and weapons manufacturing sites. Now, Israel's airstrike was carried out hours after a barrage of rocket fire into Israel from Lebanon, forcing people into bomb shelters and wounding at least 2. Israel's military blaming that attack on the terrorist organization Hamas and says it believes it's in connection to this week's violence that broke out at the Al-Aqsa Mosque. Take a look at this right here. On Tuesday, Israeli police and Palestinian worshippers clashed during a police raid of the compound. Israeli police arresting hundreds of worshippers, and you can see there them using those stun grenades, some even beating worshippers, while others threw stones and firecrackers. And now we are taking a live look over our nation's capital, where National Security Council spokesperson John Kirby is responding to all of this violence, saying the Biden administration is concerned and urging all sides to avoid further escalation. So we're going to continue to monitor this developing situation, but for now, that's the latest from the Live Center. Taylor, Tom.
Look, we're just hours away from that home opener game against the New York Yankees.
And there is plenty of excitement surrounding the Orioles team, more than we have seen in Baltimore in quite some time, as the rebuild appears to finally be just about over.
Well, Mark Clark, our lifestyle host, is live in Camden Yards this morning. Good morning to you, Mark. Tell us all about it.
I'm with the voice, a hometown boy done good. Brett, I mean, tell me about that experience. We talked about it out there, but to be from here and be the voice, how does it feel? And then also tell us about what we can look forward to this year.
Well, for me, growing up here and going to opening day was the biggest thing. And we waited for it for basically the entire year, the last day of the baseball season. You couldn't wait to get to April and to do it that way, and then to call the games, because I remember being in the stands looking up at the radio and television booth saying that's where I want to be one day. So to fulfill that dream and to do it in my hometown, it's really a blessing.
Well, you know what, and actually because of that, is there a voice in your head if you think that you're sucking, or that you're like, you know what I mean? Like you're probably super critical of yourself because you were that kid who listened to the announcer growing up.
Well, I will say this, I do try and hold myself to the standards of those I grew up listening to, and we were so blessed in Baltimore to have Chuck Thompson and John Miller and Joe Angel and Fred Manfred and so on. And those are the ones who planted the seeds in my mind. And talking to all those throughout my career in life, they said it's a huge responsibility. So take it seriously, obviously enjoy the moment, but I do try and hold myself to that standard, even though I would say I could probably never get to their level. That's where I try to go.
I don't know, man. Some people got you there already. So tell us about the team this year. It seems like there's a swell of excitement about the possibilities. You know, our new amazing new pitcher. People are excited about.
Well, I think as someone who is from here, my biggest barometer for fandom in Baltimore are the amount of texts and calls I get game to game. And I would say we're up about 10,000% year over year as far as fan excitement is concerned. I just look at my phone inning by inning, and all my friends from home are saying, what happened on this play, what a win, whatever it is. So I think the excitement and anticipation for today is palpable. And I think it's going to be a fun year. It's a really young, entertaining team, and I think the future is very bright.
Well, add my text to that one you'll be receiving for the hookups now that we're best friends.
Anytime.
So, guys, it's going down. Opening day, baby.
Oh,
yeah,
man.
it is. Hanging out with Brett Hollander. All right, thank you, Mark. 2 radio guys right there. Yeah.
Yep. And paying homage to the
Right.
other greats.
Yeah.
We love it. We love it. All right, here's a story that's making headlines this hour. The Kerwin education plan is blowing a major hole in Baltimore's budget. How city leaders are working to close that gap.
The Orioles have the postseason in sight for the first time in, a long time. In just a moment, PR expert and sports agent Doug Eldridge will be joining us live to discuss why it's important for the team to get the good vibes flowing early in the season.
Speaking of which, home run king Aaron Judge and the rival New York Yankees will soon be making their way to the ballpark. We're getting you ready for the Orioles home opener as you watch Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Fox 45 News, winner of 17 2022 Regional Emmy Awards, more than all other Baltimore news stations combined.
7:15, it's all about Camden Yards today. The Orioles home opener, the anticipation of hometown fans, the excitement of an American tradition, but also the massive amount of money surrounding today, especially for Baltimore. Joining us now with the importance of home openers, the hype surrounding the Orioles with Achilles PR and the DLE agency, Doug Eldridge. Doug, good morning.
Hey, good morning, Rogers. How are you?
Hey, good. I'm doing really well. Yankees coming to town. I mean, they're probably already here. They're going to be going down to Camden Yards here. The excitement around Judge stepping in there at Camden Yards, seeing if he's going to hit any home runs. Is there unfair hype following last year's seasons with the young O's?
No, I think this is the most exciting home opener for Orioles fans in a long, long time. Arguably going back to the Cal Ripken days. I mean, last year with an 83-win season, they got up over 500 for the first time in more than a decade, after being predicted by every Vegas odds maker to be well below 500. And now just 1 year later, with a nucleus of entirely young talent, they're going to make a push for a wild card slot. This is a really exciting home opener for a lot of reasons.
Yeah, a lot of reasons there, and we'll talk about the money here in just a little bit, but let's talk about these rules. Bigger bases, we've got pitching clock, we've got batter clocks. This is all to make the game move along quicker and keep more fans, I guess, tagged along, interested, because you can't leave because the pitches are coming so quick.
Right, exactly. And, the traditionalists poo-poo it, and I understand that. It's kind of like Stadler and Waldorf, the two grumpy guys in the Muppets. Why are you making the changes? But I think it's really smart of MLB to do that because they really do stand on the precipice of losing a younger generation. See, we didn't grow up with SportsCenter. That came along, but this generation is entirely acclimated to everything being condensed into a 6-second highlight. And so baseball has to, evolve or die. And they're making some smart changes and really engaging this youth generation. I think it's smart.
Doug, let's talk about the money, though. I mean, Yankee fans coming in, a lot of them, I've been to a couple of Yankee games with the Orioles, and they drive down from New York because it's cheaper for them to come here. Oriole Park, great stadium, right? And then they say it's cheaper for them to get the tickets and travel than it is to go watch the Yankees in New York.
Yeah, well, they can even jump on the train. Go from the middle of New York to the middle of Baltimore, go right to the game. It's entirely walkable. It's, I think, the best ballpark in all of baseball, Camden Yards. And it's such a great fan experience. But I think Yankee fans are almost like Cowboy fans in the NFL. They're everywhere, and they travel. So I think it's going to be a packed ballpark, but mostly orange today.
All right, and yeah, mostly orange today, definitely, but still, when we're looking at the impact here, the economy, we're also talking about where Camden Yards is. We just had a little chaos is what the police are calling it the other day when we had hundreds of kids gathering around downtown. There's still that little, I guess, cloud cover over Baltimore when we start talking about things. Orioles seems to be a separate area. Camden Yards seems to be separated by that. Is that possible, and do you believe that?
Well, it does have a little bit of a moat and a drawbridge in terms of creating that a little bit of separation, even if it's only perceived. But I mean, we've talked in the past, outside of sports segments on, just on the PR direction of Baltimore. And there's a lot of work to be done. I'm glad that the new governor is going to be throwing out the opening pitch because it puts boots on the ground and he's forced to confront and acknowledge really some of the struggles and problems that Baltimore is facing. But whether it's Sundays with the Ravens or it's 81, 82 games there at Camden every year. I think one of the unique parts every week there in Baltimore is the major sports games because it brings the whole community together. And it's almost like, a temporary piece, for lack of a better word. It's a clunky descriptive, but it's one of those unique moments where for a couple of hours, everybody puts their differences aside, comes into the ballpark, has a hot dog, has a cold beer, has a great time, and then goes about their day. So in so many ways, sports provides not only a value add from a revenue standpoint, but a value add in terms of morale and attitude and energy for the city itself. The Orioles fans have a lot to be excited about, but the city of Baltimore, with spring here, has a lot to be excited about as well. I think it's going to be a wonderful day, and God willing, a great season ahead.
Yeah, all right. Doug Eldridge with Achilles PR and DLE Agency. Thank you.
Hey, thanks, Tom.
All right, 7:19 is the time. We were just talking about the Orioles, and we need to find out exactly what the weather's going to be like at first pitch.
Absolutely. Justin Chambers with the forecast and more. Nail ya, apparently.
Well, these are the things I've acquired so far, Tom and Taylor. My hat, a baseball, and, of course, the home run change. But where I am is the visitors' dugout. So here's what I'm going to do for all the Yankees. going to put some bird magic in here. Yeah, we're putting the curse on you. We're going to get a lot of home runs against all those guys today. Forget about Judge and whoever those other people are that are going to be in town. Of course, it should be a great afternoon for some baseball here. We're getting a couple of sprinkles right now. Let's actually take a look at our forecast and show you exactly what's going on and pull up that graphic for you. And you can actually see just a few light showers moving right through Baltimore City. It's actually getting on our computer. So hopefully the folks in engineering don't mind that. We are looking at that beautiful shot there, of course, from the top of the Transamerica building as we are deep inside of Camden Yards. And overall, our temperatures right now are mainly in the 50s this morning. We're going to keep those temperatures. You can see 56 in Baltimore City, 54 out in the Eastern Shore, and 57 in Annapolis. But our temperatures are actually going to be a little bit closer to average for this afternoon. So even though we're getting a couple of stray showers that are rolling through right now, just again, a few light sprinkles left over from yesterday, mostly cloudy skies for the afternoon. We're not anticipating any rain for the game, and those temperatures a lot closer to average. So if you do want to get out for a run or a jog, lower 50s next couple of hours, kind of mild conditions, even on the cooler side. And of course, for the game on your O's cast, we're taking a look at the Yanks in town again. 3:05 for that first pitch. If you're going to be out here tailgating before the game, we know festivities start about 3-4 hours before that. I know Pickles is probably going to be open. Maybe it's open now, but either way, our temps will be in the lower 60s for later this afternoon. And overall, most of the showers are going to stay well to the south of us. Highs today, upper 50s and lower 60s for the area around central Maryland. And again, those showers are really sticking to the north, to the south, I should say, down near the southern end of the Chesapeake and down toward Virginia and southern Maryland. So that's about it. Just the clouds are going to be around. We'll keep the clouds around tomorrow, but we do stay dry. Sunday looks great. Plenty of sunshine, albeit a little bit cooler for Easter Sunday. And then we'll see those temperatures rise as we head into next week. So that's your 7-day forecast. Opening day, again, temps in the lower 60s, not the storms that we had yesterday. Only upper 50s tomorrow, so it's going to be cooler on Saturday. Just know that, especially for tomorrow's night game. And then kids' opening day on Sunday will be great. Easter Sunday as well with lower 60s and then warmer conditions as we head into next week. Back out here live again from the visitors' dugout. And are you guys ready to play trivia?
Yeah,
Yep.
all right. This is our third question of the morning, right?
Yep, this is it. Who's winning?
Third question in the morning. Look, I got a microphone. You see how that happens? Boom.
Boom.
All right,
Microphone.
here we go. This microphone, I don't even think it works. So, all right, here we go. Adley, so wait, which one is this?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, Adley Rutschman. Where did Adley Rutschman, where did he play his college ball? What do you guys think? College ball for Adley.
I know that, she's Googling. I know this one because of an interview he did that I got to see. He was wearing a beaver on his shirt. So, and I heard Oregon, I thought they were the Ducks, and then I'm like, oh, wait, okay, so he played for Oregon. But it wasn't about baseball, it was about him kicking for their football team.
He did?
Yeah, he was a kicker.
He was a kicker?
He was a football kicker. That's the only interview I saw of him before professional sports. That's what I'm, it's internet, so who knows?
Justin doesn't seem impressed with this.
You got the state right. You got the state right, Tom, and you were talking about Oregon. I went to the University of Oregon. Go Ducks. That was one of my 4 alma maters, but that's a different story. Oregon State, yeah, the Beavers. So he's happy to be in orange and black because that's the same exact color scheme it was for his college ball. So that's where Adley played. And, of course, Adley already doing big things on the field, not only behind the plate, but in the batter's box as well. So we're live here, and in a few minutes from right now, I'm going to find other places that I probably shouldn't be at in Oriole Park at Camden Yards, but until they kick me out, we'll keep traipsing around.
All right, don't do anything Tom wouldn't do, but I believe you'd kind of be circling the field too.
Yes, I would. I mean, seriously, go explore. You could always ask for forgiveness.
All right.
Right? That's right. Here's a live look now. Coming from the Len Stoller mobile track, and yeah, Graham's been cruising around, giving us different angles of Camden Yards today because of this is going to be an issue coming up later on for your commute here. Right now, not bad at all. Artificial intelligence working its way into many aspects of our lives, how doctors may soon rely on it to help improve outcomes.
And the O's are 3-3 as they fly back to Baltimore for the home opener. In just a moment, what fans are saying about the start of the season. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local.
The day has finally come. The O's ready to take on the New York Yankees for this year's home opener.
And we're just hours away from that first pitch. Shannon Lilly joins us with reaction from fans leading up to today. Shannon.
So much excitement, guys. The Orioles playing their first game in Camden Yards for the 2023 season. The first pitch at 3:05, and Governor Wes Moore is going to be the one throwing it. So I've been loving seeing how all of you are reacting. Tim here says, 2 things bring me back memories of my childhood: opening day for the Orioles and the Masters. Speaking of throwing it back here, a little fun fact from baseball history. In 1992, on this date in 1992, from yesterday, the Orioles played their first game at Oriole Park at Camden Yards, and they won opening day victory over the Cleveland Indians. So fingers crossed for a victory today, absolutely. Sean here saying, happy Orange Friday. I know all of us here at the station, we're sporting our orange, and Tom, Taylor, you guys are sporting your orange, right?
Oh, yeah, definitely.
Oh, yeah.
Right? I mean,
had to save it for today.
Yeah, and then
Absolutely.
it will eventually turn into Wear Orange Wednesdays.
Yep. Excited for that. Got to stock up on the orange.
Likewise.
Thank you, Shannon. Today, mostly cloudy and cool for Orioles home opener. Meteorologist Justin Chambers, he's been exploring and will break down the entire forecast for us just ahead.
An unexpected increase in the funding requirement for city schools. I'm Olivia Danson. Coming up next, find out how Mayor Scott is handling it.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Yeah.
Verse action going on in here. Some Orioles merchandise.
Yeah, merchandise. They always gave this out for Father's Day a couple years ago, and Justin picks on me, and I understand why. It's my first thing I ever got from the O's, and it's a 6-pack carrier, but if you put bottles in there, they fall over. But if you put cans in there, cans come with a container already on them.
It's a merce.
It's a merce.
It's a merce.
There's my O's giveaway. Justin's been getting stuff down at Camden Yards
all morning, yeah.
All morning long, yeah.
And let's get right over to him. Why not? Meteorologist Justin Chambers back with.
Look at that. He's got the home run chain.
I mean, just all the fun this morning.
hanging out in Yankees dugout.
Yeah, that's where we are, guys. And I'm continuing to put the Oriole aura here. Hold on one second. Hold on. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Call him up. Call him up. Come on. All right. We're good. So we got a backup meteorologist that's going to be coming in a few minutes because we, need to take a break. That's how it works here. Of course, opening day, very excited. Come out here, Chris, and show exactly what's going on. Mark Clark doing his thing over there, but just walk with me if you will. Look, I just walked out of the dugout and I'm walking all the way up here and I'm going to go. Oh, can't go on the field. That's for players. Only the players get to go on the field and the umpires. Either way, we are live here, excited for opening day coming up. 3:05 first pitch. The weather, not too bad. We had a couple of sprinkles a few minutes ago, but overall, that's it. We'll keep that cloud cover around here with temperatures in the lower 60s later this afternoon. So definitely a nicer day than yesterday. I know it's not going to be as warm, but we're not going to have to deal with storms this afternoon. We're back with your full forecast coming up in just a few minutes from right now. Back to you.
Let me get him a glove.
Yeah. Meanwhile, Baltimore City Mayor Brendan Scott unveils a nearly $3.5 billion budget proposal for the 2024 year. It includes unexpected mandatory increases in education, which is proving to be a major stumbling block.
The city will operate with a $2.2 billion general fund. That's an increase of more than 3% over last year. No money will be taken out of the rainy day fund, but the city is only contributing $2 million this year, opposed to the normal $4 million. The Department of Public Works is also getting funding for 37 new positions to create 10 new solid waste crews. That's part of the effort to help the city get back to weekly recycling.
Now, Olivia Dance joins us to look at the money the city is giving to the Kerwin education plan. Olivia.
Yeah, Taylor, so the blueprint for Maryland's future, or Kerwin, is coming at an unexpectedly expensive cost for Baltimore, as 11% of the city's operating budget will be used on education.
We are going to meet this requirement because it's the right thing to do, and the only way that we're going to grow into being the best Baltimore, and that's investing in our school system.
As you just heard Mayor Scott saying, the city will meet the mandate, but also recognize the additional funding is a gut punch. The blueprint, or Kerwin, is a 10-year education plan that calls to pour billions of dollars into classrooms across the state. City leaders say they were expecting an additional $12 million or so to go towards funding the schools, but the funding formula actually called for an additional $79 million. Mayor Scott is planning to pull the money from the city's surplus last year, but he says tapping into the reserve isn't sustainable long term. He's looking to Annapolis for funding formula changes.
What we've been discussing with them and what we've heard is a open and willingness to look at how we can look at the formula. It's not what the governor or anyone expected us to be having at this point.
And Baltimore City residents will have the chance to weigh in on the budget proposal on April 26th, and the final budget must be approved by June 26th. For now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
We're just hours away from the Orioles' home opener against the New York Yankees.
And the Orioles will be playing on a new surface this year, with the team completely replacing the turf at Camden Yards.
Seymour Lifestyle host Mark Clark is live from Camden Yards, and I guess you're not touching that turf right now.
We're not, and I had to stop Nicole. She almost tackled Justin. Justin almost caught it. He almost caught it because this is Nicole's baby. Her team put this together. Now, Nicole, this is your 20th?
Yes.
Opening day?
Yep.
And she's only 22 years old. It's amazing. So tell us about the grass. Tell us about this surface, this field, everything about it.
So it's 100% Kentucky bluegrass based on 12 inches of pure sand, and we installed it in December of 2022, and it's just ready to go for today's game.
I love it. And so, again, you have been a part of this amazing facility for all these years. What makes Camden Yards so special? Of course, the field, but what else? Is that...
I think really the attention to detail of the playing surface, the warehouse. Don't touch that grass.
That's right. See?
The playing surface, the warehouse in the background. I think it's just iconic ballpark.
Iconic ball.
Yeah.
Kentucky bluegrass. It's beautiful. We're not touching it so much so Justin, guys, got us kicked off.
Yes.
So we got to leave and go to the other side for 8 o'clock, but we'll still be out here. But Nicole's not playing. And again, it's opening day. Nicole, thank you for all that you've done to make this a special place, okay?
Thanks.
And Justin, quit.
Quit it, yeah. And Mark, you got to ask Nicole when you get a chance how they come up with the cut designs, the patterns on the field. We'll figure that out here in just a little bit. We'll get back to you, okay?
Yeah, how do they come up with the design, Nicole?
We just decided to do the classic checkerboard pattern this year.
Okay.
So it's just mown in 2 different directions to create that basket weave type.
Look, who knew Tom even knew that thing? Tom's, who knew?
He's getting tips for his own.
I am. I'm going to be doing that today at home. All right, thank you. Thanks, Mark.
Advances in artificial intelligence could help improve your health outcomes. Coming up, a doctor is going to join us to show you how it works.
SpaceX launching a new initiative to help monitor air quality. How the data from the new project is expected to help scientists deal with pollution. And it is going to be cool and cloudy for our home opener. Coming up, meteorologist Justin Chambers, if he's not kicked out, will be joining us again from Kennedy Yards to let us know what you can expect this afternoon. 7:37 is the time. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
I'm feeling it. I'm feeling it. I'm feeling it out here. Camden Yards, opening day. This is a holiday here in Baltimore, and this is my 3rd opening day since I've lived here and being a Baltimore resident. Looking out at a gorgeous sight. Now, look, the cool thing right now, guys, there are literally 4 people in the stands. Mark Clark, Kenny, Chris, and myself. That's it. The entire stadium is ours. All those other stations are gone because they're doing other stuff. So we don't care about that. We are happy to be here all the way live and local until 10 o'clock. So I do want to let you know it is time once again, ding, 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 for trivia. Are you guys ready?
Yep. Super ready. Let's do it.
Okay. When was the last time the O's won the World Series? Year.
Year? Exact year, not a decade? I know it's been a while.
Yes.
No, the year. Come on, Tom.
Was 80s.
80s is spot on.
Is right?
The year, I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know the year.
Okay, 80s is correct. That's the decade. You got to give me the year.
I'm thinking I was growing out a mullet. I had
Ponytail
mullet
at that
going.
time?
So that was 80.
Definitely.
I was
85.
I was a thought in my parents' mind.
Justin, we were talking about all the players, and like the oldest player on the O's was born in '87. And I think he missed the World Series. That's the pitcher, Kyle. And the youngest one is Gunnar Henderson, was born in 2001.
Oh, my God. 2001, he could be my kid. Oh, Jesus. All right. So 1983. In 1983, so it's 40 years. 40 years since they won the World Series. That was against the Phillies. And Dempsey was the MVP. Of course, that was the last time that they had the World Series pennant. Now, we've been in the playoffs, and, you know, we are real close. We were real close last year, and we may even get 3 teams out of the AL East. The good news is we don't have to play the AL East except for 13 times this year. So we got the Yankees in town, a big division rival as well, coming up this afternoon. So 3:05 first pitch. We'll talk about your forecast and what else we can expect with all the great things here at Camden Yards, live for opening day.
We need to get you one of these gloves, too. You should have grabbed one of my gloves. I brought a couple in. But I forgot to give you one this morning. Sorry.
Yeah, I'd love to have it. That'd be great. Thanks for giving it to me.
You keep finding things around Camden Yards. I'm sure you're going to show up with like a bat and a glove, probably a catcher's mask.
I'm going to go sneak around. I'll see what else I can get. Maybe I can find Aaron Judge's locker.
Nice. There you go. Trending now, an air quality monitoring system gets into space, all thanks to the help of SpaceX. The SpaceX Falcon 9 rocket launched NASA's Tempo air quality monitor. It happened it was shot into space at 12:30 Friday morning. $210 million Tempo is designed to monitor air pollution in North America, stretching all the way from Puerto Rico to the tar sands of Canada. Tempo will be in the geostationary orbit over the Earth and is attached to a communication satellite. Tempo will be able to monitor air pollutants in major cities down to about 4 square miles.
New details on the indictment of the Frederick County Sheriff, what we know about the scheme to buy machine guns. A new study released this week finds that artificial intelligence could be a useful tool in monitoring your health. But when it's wrong, it's sometimes really wrong, presenting information that's completely made up. Joining us this morning is Assistant Professor of Diagnostic Radiology and Nuclear Medicine, Dr. Paul Yee. Good morning.
Good morning. It's great to be here.
Absolutely. Now, your team just released a new study on breast cancer screenings and ChatGPT. Explain to us how you use this technology and what you guys found.
Yeah, so as a lot of people know, the internet's being a source of healthcare information. People want to find out, should I get screened for breast cancer? Do I need to go to the hospital? And with ChatGPT, this opens up a whole new world for people to ask about their health. And so what we wanted to know was, would ChatGPT give accurate and appropriate recommendations about common questions about breast cancer screening? So we came up with a list of 25 common questions. We asked the ChatGPT, and we had a panel of 3 expert breast radiologists evaluate the answers for accurateness. And so what we found was basically that close to 90% of the answers were actually accurate. They were appropriate, but 10% of the time the answers were either inaccurate or they were inconsistent, meaning that if we asked ChatGPT the answer 3 times, or the question 3 times rather, it gave 3 different answers. And so I think the real take home here is that ChatGPT has a lot of promise, has a lot of potential, but it's not quite ready for prime time because there are some wrong answers. And so like with anything, it's always important to talk to your doctor about healthcare recommendations.
And that has been some of the scrutiny for AI, especially ChatGPT, is that there lacks some guardrails to make sure it's always accurate. Do you think it's too early to introduce AI to monitor some serious health outcomes?
I don't. In fact, we have real-life examples of that now. Maybe not so much on the ChatGPT and chatbot space because this is very new, but certainly in radiology, we're using algorithms that scan CT scans in the emergency department to look for things like bleeds in the brain, look for blood clots in the lungs, to help radiologists say, hey, you should look at that scan before the others. In other ways, there's monitoring things like vital signs, like lab values, a lot of data that we as humans can't really integrate all at once, but the computers can. And so there's actual algorithms out in the hospitals that look for something called sepsis, which is basically our body's response to inflammation or infection. And it can potentially save lives because we can identify these conditions earlier.
So certainly at a medical level, if the technology is in your hands, but when we have ChatGPT right now, would you say that right now it's too early for someone to try to look outside of the medical field to use AI? Or do you think that this is something that's on the horizon, like within the next year or so? This has really happened, a fast advancement with ChatGPT.
Yeah, I think it's definitely on the horizon. ChatGPT kind of took the world by storm, not just in medicine, but really every other industry. And I think there's a lot of attention, a lot of excitement. One of the cool things is it's not just ChatGPT, right? Google just released their version called Bard. ChatGPT was based on something called GPT 3.5. Now we have GPT 4. So just from the technology, it keeps getting better. New things keep coming out. But the real exciting piece is that these algorithms, so-called large language models, they can be fine-tuned or adapted to other domains. So you can take a general thing like ChatGPT and maybe fine-tune or adjust it for medicine, or maybe fine-tune or adjust it for something like scheduling a dinner reservation. So I think the possibilities are endless, and time will tell, but I'm really excited about it.
All right. Dr. Paul Yee, thank you so much for joining us. On the cusp of a lot of changes, I guess, technology-wise, medicine-wise, AI is taking over.
Yes, it is, but is it taking over the sports industry?
Absolutely not, because no one can do it better than meteorologist Justin Chambers when he's telling us the forecast on the O's field. Good morning, Justin. What's I guess
third base foul line behind you? Is that the foul pole behind you?
Yeah, you guys ready? Are you guys ready? Are you guys ready? Ketchup, mustard, or relish? What are you going to pick for the race?
Wait, what do we pick? Oh, we're talking about
all 3.
The DC run. Mustard,
all 3, ready, go.
Mustard.
Ketchup.
Mustard. I'm mustard.
Ketchup.
I'm ready. I'm ready. Woo! All right. I'm mustard. I'm mustard. Mustard won.
Yes.
Mustard won today.
Okay.
Yeah. Mustard won.
that one together. All right.
Sounds good. Mustard.
Now I got to do the forecast. Pan off of me, Chris. I got to pass out for a second. No, I'm good. I'm good. I'm good. I'm good. I'm good. All right, let's take our live shot. We're having too much fun out here. Obviously, the excitement is here for opening day 2023. Your Orioles sitting at 3-3 right now. Yankees are coming in town. Temps are in the 50s right now. I've already put the Orioles curse in the Yankees dugout. So let's see how that plays out for the weekend, right? And temperatures are going to be a lot closer to average for this afternoon under mostly cloudy skies. Did have a couple of light sprinkles out here, just enough to get the computer wet enough so that the engineers will yell at me back at the station. But our temperatures a lot closer to average for the afternoon. Hey, get out for a run or a jog. I just did it. Come on, I just did the 7:30 stretch live from Camden Yards. So lower 50s next couple of hours. And here's a look at your O's cast. See, now I can be really loud because the other stations aren't here. Not like it mattered when they were here, but lower 60s here into that 3 and 4 o'clock hour. First pitch again, 3:05. It will be cloudy. It'll be a little bit cool, so just bring kind of the Orioles, jacket. And upper 50s and lower 60s is what we're looking at for our temperatures for the afternoon. Now, what we're talking about in terms of cloud cover, we're going to stay with those clouds today. It'll stay mostly cloudy on Saturday as well. But the good news is by Sunday, for the kids' home opener, we're talking about plenty of sunshine. It's also Easter Sunday. So you see on that future scan, all that rain is well to the south of us here. And that nice big old H right there is rolling in to continue to dry us out and also warm us up. 62 for your high today on your 7-day forecast for opening day. Upper 50s on Saturday. We're back to the lower 60s on Easter Sunday, the chick dancing around there. And how about warmer temperatures next week for that next home series? We're talking 60s, 70s, even close to 80 by Wednesday afternoon. So back out here live, of course, Oriole Park at Camden Yards. Now, I saw a lot of things over the last couple of years when I first moved here, and it said Opacey. And I was like, I don't know who Opacey is. I don't know if that's a person or if it's some sort of bot or something. And then I was like, oh, it's Oriole Park at Camden Yards. Now, coming up in the 9 o'clock hour, we're talking to the general manager guys, and I want to get the field named Hank the Bird Field. Also, I need to talk about throwing out the first pitch. Are you guys ready? You want to see if I can do it? Watch out, Chris. I'm not going to hit your camera. Don't worry. Oh, no, I'm just kidding.
Oh, no, it's on the grass.
Oh.
It's on the field now. It's on the field. Okay, don't say anything. Don't say anything.
It's on
Back to you.
live TV.
He is going to get kicked out.
Yeah.
You were joking about it earlier, but really
We'll just not tell the thousands of people that are watching.
No. All right. He's out of breath. Mustard. There's a whole lot going on right there.
Thanks, Justin. COVID took a massive toll on the city of Baltimore. Coming up, why the latest research shows the city is failing to recover.
And you can now give back to the community while taking in a game at Camden Yards. We have a live report from the Yards to explain how, coming up in our 8 o'clock hour. Before, though, you get your O's gear on, you start heading out to Camden Yards.
Oh, you need to pause and enjoy a coffee break.
7:57, and in Frederick, we're learning more about the federal charges against Frederick County Sheriff Chuck Jenkins. He's accused in a scheme with a gun dealer to illegally acquire machine guns. The indictment lists 7 machine guns. Jenkins is refusing to step down.
You should absolutely step down, in my opinion. I mean, like, you're at a high public office right now.
We've had a few experiences with Mr. Jenkins, and not personally a fan.
He feels like he can still support the role of sheriff for Frederick County. We all as an agency believe in him. There are a lot of people in this county who believe in him as well.
Both Jenkins and the shooting range owner are due in federal court next week.
Another child falls victim to gun violence in Baltimore. I'm Olivia Danson. Coming up next, all the latest in the investigation, plus hear from concerned residents. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
All right, it is 8 o'clock on this Friday, April 7th. I'm Tom Rogers.
I'm Taylor Stewart. Happy Good Friday to you, too.
Yes.
And home opener.
And a home opener, yeah. In fact, taking a live look over Camden Yards, where the O's will be taking on the Yankees in their home opener. First pitch, 3:05.
We've got live team coverage for you this morning, getting ready for today's big game. Mark Clark live there from Camden Yards this morning. And in a few minutes, we'll talk to him about how fans can give back to the community while enjoying the game.
We want to start with meteorologist Justin Chambers, who's been live from Camden Yards all morning long. And the weather is supposed to be a little bit better than what was happening yesterday with the potential for those severe storms. They're gone, but it's still kind of cloudy, right?
It is kind of cloudy, guys, and I'm no longer on the field, if you noticed, because of what happened in the last hit. But either way, we're still out here and we're still having a great time. We're going to be talking about opening day all morning long, and we've got those clouds that are hanging around right now. We had a couple of light sprinkles that rolled through a little while ago. No rain for later this afternoon. A bit cooler than those upper 80s we had yesterday. We're about 25 degrees cooler, actually, so you'll need at least a light jacket if you're heading out to the park later this afternoon, or even doing some tailgate in the next couple of hours. Coming up in a few minutes, we'll take a look at that forecast. We're going to be having to move locations. We'll see exactly what else we can find out here at Oriole Park at Camden Yards for the home opener live. Back to you.
All right, thank you, Justin. Now to a city in crisis. Southeast Baltimore community is shaken after another child falls victim to gun violence, this time a 9-year-old girl.
Police responded to McElderly Street in Southeast Baltimore Thursday afternoon. 2 other people were hurt in this shooting, and this morning, 1 person remains in critical condition.
Olivia Dance is joining us live from Baltimore City Police headquarters, and she has the latest. Olivia.
Well, Taylor and Tom, this shooting is still under investigation by the Baltimore Police Department, but some residents say they heard several gunshots before seeing a car go down the street. Fox 45 News spoke with neighbors who were disturbed that a child was injured during the shooting. Take a listen.
You know, I just hope he all right. God got his arms around him, you know, because I don't think if it was a he or she, you know, they ain't deserve that, you know. They kids growing up in a neighborhood like this.
It feels like sad because like little kids go and play, and like it just feels sad knowing that something like that could happen near anywhere.
That was Leonor Vargas and her daughter Gabriella. Leonor is unable to speak English, but clearly understood how the shooting made her feel. Her daughter translating for her while also processing the shooting herself. Baltimore police arrived to the scene on McElderly Street near East Avenue at around 3 in the afternoon yesterday. 3 people were shot, including that 9-year-old girl. A bullet pierced her ankle. Another victim is a 20-year-old woman with gunshot wounds to her upper body. She's in critical condition. The third victim, a 28-year-old man, shot in the leg with non-life-threatening injuries. Police, though, have only released details about the people hurt in the shooting, no other information. So, of course, if you do have any information, you should contact police. For now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
Next week, City State Attorney Ivan Bates will mark 100 days since taking office. Fox 45's Mackenzie Frost is going to host a town hall with Mr. Bates to talk about the milestone on Thursday, April 13th. It starts at 7 o'clock, and we invite you to join us at Baptist Church on McCullough Street. You can watch that entire town hall on foxbaltimore.com.
Now on the path forward, when it comes to economic recovery, the latest research shows Baltimore is failing when compared with 24 other major cities. City Hall focused on the city's recovery, and with the help of $641 million in federal dollars, the mayor is attempting to put this struggling city back on its feet.
All about how we will put Baltimoreans back to work. Violence prevention efforts with American Rescue Plan dollars.
But there are early indications that despite City Hall's recovery plan, the city is still on life support. Researchers from the Economic Institute in San Francisco used federal data to rank the country's major cities on their recovery efforts since the pandemic. Of the 25 major cities, Austin, Texas showed the most progress. Baltimore, however, showed the least.
8:05 and Fox 45 getting you ready for the Orioles home opener against the New York Yankees, and it's no surprise. Fans are excited about this game. Sean Akers just wrote he's more excited about this than 1996. So thanks for watching there, Sean, and letting us know. Do you know there's a way, though, that you can give back to your community while also enjoying the games at Oriole Park?
That's awesome. Let's check in with Be More Lifestyle host Mark Clark, live from Camden Yards. Tell us about this.
I'm with the Jennifer Grandal in charge of community, blah, blah, blah. So, Jennifer, look, there's so much excitement on opening day, and I mean, we feel the winning, but also the ties of the community. Tell us what's going on at this wonderful facility, this wonderful place.
Thank you so much, Mark, and thanks for bringing the energy today. Really appreciate it. You know, opening day, we're so excited to welcome 45,000 of our favorite Baltimore fans here to Camden Yards, and our Y kids who are going to be on the field, the flag kids, over 100 kids that are coming in. They made the adjustment with us from yesterday to today.
Wow.
With this new opening day, and we have community groups all through season. We're going to celebrate our Habitat for Humanity groundbreaking. We built a Habitat for Humanity home this year. It's a very exciting time to be an Orioles fan.
And so, Jennifer, in all fairness, what's your official title? Because I wasn't making light of it, because you have such a great, rich connection to the community. What's your official title?
Yeah, so I'm Senior Vice President for Communications and Community Development. And basically what that means is I have a lot of consonants and a lot of vowels. But at the end of the day, we are, very much focused on what we're doing here in the community. Our employees, our coaches, our players, a front office, everybody's giving back year round, not just during baseball season, and celebrating all that Baltimore means, and Charm City is a real thing.
And we have, I guess we're known for our wonderful stadium, our wonderful field, but also really known for our connection to the community. What's the secret?
I think the secret is that this community cares about giving back. Our employees care about giving back. Our entire team makes it a priority. We have a culture of philanthropy. 100% of our players on the field gave to community service last year.
That's awesome. Jennifer, thanks for all you do. Again, it's opening day. We're excited. Everybody's excited about what's going to happen. A win's going to happen. That's what's going to happen.
Go O's.
Go O's.
Thanks, Mark. Mayor Scott calling a school funding requirement a gut punch. Still ahead, the unexpected and expensive cost to implement the Kerwin plan.
New rules in place at Oriole Park at Camden Yards. The things you need to know before you go this afternoon. 8:07 is your time. Let's try them out. All right, yeah, Justin, we're gonna have to take over for you. I know he's talking about Children's Day coming to Children's Home Opener this Sunday. Your microphone wasn't working. I don't know if you could hear me, but we couldn't hear you. And you were talking about what's going on this Sunday at Camden Yards, and was talking about the weather here. He also had another trivia question that was going to come out, and this one, I think that we'll get that in a little bit. Are we able to get Justin or no? No. Okay. All right. We'll continue to do that, and we'll see if we can get back to Justin.
Yes, we will. But I think it's about the 7th inning. Tease ahead. We are talking about that coming up.
Stretch.
But now a crucial vote in Tennessee's State House led to some protests and 2 lawmakers expelled. Why President Biden calls this vote undemocratic.
Parents across the country, they're pushing back on schools for talking to their children about gender identity without their permission. Why some parents say they're fed up. 8:11's the time. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning. 8:16, and yeah, we are taking you really quick right here. We're taking you actually to Camden Yards this morning, where we are just hours away from the O's home opener against the Yankees. And Governor Wes Moore is set to throw out the first pitch with his family at 3:05 this afternoon. So that's coming up here in just a matter of hours. Not too bad, and a lot of excitement at Camden Yards.
That's right, but right now, meteorologist Justin Chambers is going to toss the ball over to you for the weather.
That's exactly right. Can you guys hear me? Are we on?
We can hear you loud and clear.
So I don't know if it was the whole thing with me trying to hex the Yankees visitors dugout with the home run chain, but for some reason everything went kerplunk. Either way, I'm here at the kids' corner because we're no longer on the field, but we are talking about opening day for the kiddos, and that's actually coming up on Sunday, where they're going to have the Oriole bird bobblehead with the slime from Nickelodeon. So the kids get that as they're coming into the game. So obviously it's a great environment out here for the entire family. If you've never been to a game, you got to get to an O's game, and opening day is just something special about it. It's a holiday here in Baltimore, no doubt about that. Let's take a look at our
$8:24, and there's some growing fears of escalation between Israel and its enemies following airstrike exchanges that happened overnight.
Let's get right over to Shannon Lilly at the Live Center following what's been a very active situation.
Absolutely. The latest developments, the AP now confirming 2 women were killed and another seriously hurt following an alleged Palestinian shooting that happened in the northern occupied West Bank. Now, this clash, it comes as many religions around the world are recognizing their most holy days of the year. A live look over the Western Wall right now in Jerusalem as this all unfolds. Israel's defense forces are readying for more potential violent retaliations following an exchange of attacks on the Gaza Strip. Israel launched an airstrike in Lebanon, bombing Hamas targets, marking the most serious escalation between the nations since the 2006 Lebanon war. Israeli military says it attacked several targets, including a tunnel and weapons manufacturing sites. Israel's airstrike was carried out hours after a barrage of rocket fire into Israel from Lebanon, forcing people into bomb shelters and wounding at least 2. Israel's military blaming that attack on the terrorist organization Hamas and says it believes it's in connection to this week's violence that broke out at the Al-Aqsa Mosque. Now, take a look at this, though. On Tuesday, Israeli police and Palestinian worshippers clashed during a police raid of this compound. Israeli police arresting hundreds of worshippers, and you can see them there using stun grenades, some even beating worshippers, while others threw stones and firecrackers. And now a live look over our nation's capital, where National Security Council spokesperson John Kirby is responding to the violence, saying the Biden administration is concerned and urging all sides to avoid further escalation. We're going to continue to monitor this situation, but for now, that's the latest from the Live Center. Tom.
Thank you, Shannon. Your forecast is looking really good for today's home opener on this Good Friday. But what about Easter Sunday? Meteorologist Justin Chambers will break it all down in his full Weather Authority forecast.
Opening day, we're excited. And of course, when you see me, we got to talk about the food. Yes. Coming up next, some of these delicious treats, some new, some innovative, all delicious. Coming up on Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning long.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Welcome back on this opening day, Friday the 7th. I'm Shannon Lilly.
And I'm Tom Rogers, and we have a lot going on. Not only is it Good Friday, and also National Beer Day. So we have Monument City here in the studio. Incredible right there. We also want to take you over to Camden Yards, where the O's will be hosting the Yankees today in their home opener.
We have live team coverage this morning, getting you ready for today's big game. Mark Clark is live from Camden Yards this morning, and in a few minutes, we'll talk to him about the new food options at the park. I'm excited about that.
Yeah, that was hilarious when he said, I got the food in front of me. We knew that was happening, Mark.
Yep.
Justin's shaking his head, not happy. He's out near a gate. He's been kicked out. He's stuck there. He still has some merch, though, that you were able to pick up here.
There.
We need to talk about the weather today when we're drinking the cold brews and eating 3 dogs on one bun.
I don't understand what happened. Everything was going swimmingly, and then all of a sudden, Mark has a bunch of food. We're over here by the Utah Street gate, like just standing here like a bunch of Nimrods, and like, all right, well, cool, like, great, happy Camden Yards opening day. I'm kidding, everybody. We're having a great time out here. So much fun and so much excitement building for this great new season. And we know the O's are coming in at 3-3 to play the Yankees. Fewer games against division opponents. They balance out the schedule, so only 13 games against the AL East, which bodes well potentially. I guess we were talking to Brandon Hyde. He was like, oh, cool, you don't have to play them as much. But obviously, such great competition. So Yankees are in town this afternoon, 3:05, first pitch of the governor of our state of Maryland going to be throwing out that first pitch with his family. And we'll have a lot more coming up, not only with that great food, but also some new things that are happening. I'm going to try to make my way over to where Mark is because I heard about that hot dog thing with crab dip, and I'm like, come on, like I gotta get in on that. So give me a few minutes, let me get over that way. We'll do some more trivia, and we'll do it all live here from Camden Yards, and we'll talk about your weather because I'm a meteorologist and I have to talk about weather. Back to you.
That food, though.
Yeah, the food.
Excited.
Meanwhile, Baltimore City Mayor Brandon Scott unveils a $3.5 billion budget proposal for 2024. And in it, it includes an unexpected mandatory increase in education, which is proving to be a major stumbling block.
The city will operate with a $2.2 billion general fund. That's an increase of more than 3% from last year. No money will be taken out of the rainy day fund, but the city is only contributing $2 million to the fund this year, opposed to the normal $4 million. The Department of Public Works is also getting funding for 37 new positions to create 10 new solid waste crews. That's part of the effort to help the city get back to weekly recycling.
Now Olivia Dance is joining us live with a look at the money the city is giving to the Kerwin Education Plan. Olivia.
Yeah, so the blueprint for Maryland's future, or Kerwin, is coming at an unexpectedly expensive cost for Baltimore, as 11% of the city's operating budget will be used on education.
We are going to meet this requirement because it's the right thing to do and the only way that we're going to grow into being the best Baltimore, and that's investing in our school system.
As you just heard, Mayor Scott saying the city will meet the mandate, but also recognize the additional funding is a gut punch. The blueprint, or Kerwin, is a 10-year education plan that calls to pour billions of dollars into classrooms across the state. City leaders say they were expecting an additional $12 million or so to go towards funding the schools, but the funding formula actually called for an additional $79 million. Mayor Scott is planning to pull the money from the city's surplus last year, but he says tapping into the reserve isn't sustainable long term. He's looking to Annapolis for funding formula changes.
What we've been discussing with them and what we've heard is a open and willingness to look at how we can look at the formula. It's not what the governor or anyone expected us to be having at this point.
And Baltimore City residents will have the chance to weigh in on the budget proposal on April 26th, and then the final budget must be approved by June 26th. For now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
Thank you, Olivia. And happening today, Baltimore County Executive Johnny Olszewski will announce his selection for the Baltimore County Police Chief. And that is scheduled to happen at 10:30 this morning, just about 2 hours, right on the front steps of the Baltimore County Historic Courthouse in downtown Towson. Download the Fox 45 News app so that you can know as soon as that announcement happens.
All right, we're continuing to get you ready for the Orioles home opener against the New York Yankees. And if you show up to the game on an empty stomach, we've been talking about this all morning. Yeah. You don't have to worry about it because there are plenty of new food options to try out at Oriole Park.
And of course, Be More Lifestyle host Mark Clark has the best assignment this morning. He's joining us live from Camden Yards, and he has a whole lot more. Watch out, the meteorologist said he was going to try and get in and grab a bite, but don't let him anywhere near you, Mark.
I know, I see Justin's over there up to no good. Adam is here. Adam's going to tell us all about the delectable, delicious foods we have for opening day. So Adam, break it down.
Absolutely. Yep. So for the Orioles fans this year, one of the top things we have is the Be More Chicken Box. If you're from Baltimore, you know what that is. Our version, 3 hand-breaded jalapeno buttermilk brine chicken tenders, Old Bay Western fries, that Hawaiian roll that's so traditional, and a packet of hot sauce. Next, over here at Superbook Bar and Restaurant on Utah Street, we have our signature crab pretzel bole. It's a crab pretzel, hollowed out, bowl dumped in garlic butter, topped with crab dip and melted cheddar cheese, baked golden brown and delicious, and bubbling out to the guest. Here we have a really fun item. This is what we're calling the yard dog this year. So this is 3-foot-long hot dogs on 1-foot-long bun, topped with a house-made crab dip and some Old Bay potato sticks. This is going to be served at our rooftop bar. If the yard dog isn't your thing too much, we are offering the Maryland dog at all of our 100-level Camden Franks locations. Same dog, just a little bit smaller, more manageable. This is meant to feed the group. One neat thing that I do want to talk about is our 410 program here at the yard this year. 410, we all know it, it's the area code.
That's right.
So popcorn, peanuts, Cracker Jacks, a hot dog, a pretzel. You can all get that for $4.10 at select locations here at Oriole Park at Camden Yards.
All delicious, guys. You already know. You know my favorite already. Justin is. Now, Justin, what are you going for? If you're going to pick one thing,
fine.
Okay.
You eat all of it.
Okay, fine. Okay, fine. Again, all we're saying is Adam didn't say this part, guys, but bring a mint. Bring a mint. Okay, that's what's going on that table.
Great advice.
Bring a mint. Yeah.
Your neighbor's out. That's right. Thank you, Mark.
I'm going for the crab pretzel.
Yeah, that
looks
looks
delicious. Well, we want to see how you're representing Birdland today. Share your opening day celebrations with us. You can scan the QR code on your screen or head to foxbaltimore.com/chime-in.
Baltimore's Archdiocese abuse victims, they're wondering what comes next after that bombshell report is released. We're digging deeper in the nearly 500-page document.
Cooler today with highs in the 60s. Meteorologist Justin Chambers will let you know what you can expect on this Easter Sunday coming up in his full Weather Authority forecast. 8:36, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning. From the Live Center this morning, a live look over Nashville as demonstrators returned to the State House here on Thursday to loudly protest the vote and call for stricter gun control measures. After hours of fiery debate, 2 of these 3 lawmakers were ousted, accused of violating decorum rules when they joined thousands of demonstrators who stormed the State House last week. Well, the Republican supermajority voted to expel Representative Justin Jones of Nashville, Representative Justin Pearson of Memphis. However, they failed by 1 vote to kick out Representative Gloria Johnson of Knoxville from the chamber. Expulsions of Jones and Pearson, though, were effective immediately, meaning there are now 2 vacancies. The lawmakers, now dubbed the Tennessee Three, responding after yesterday's events.
Rather than pass laws that will address red flags and banning assault weapons and universal background checks, they passed resolutions to expel their colleagues.
To get to the issues that are at stake. And sometimes that takes breaking a few decorum rules.
It is my promise to fight like hell to get both of them back.
President Biden also responding to yesterday's expulsion. In this tweet here, he says, 3 kids and 3 officials gunned down in yet another mass shooting. And what are GOP officials focused on? Punishing lawmakers who joined thousands of peaceful protesters calling for action. It's shocking, undemocratic, and without precedent. As for what comes next, filling the vacancies now falls to county legislative bodies. And in Jones's case, Nashville's Metro Council. The council meeting to hold an appointment vote is scheduled for Monday at 4:30 p.m. Central Time. That's the latest from the Live Center.
All right, we are live here at Camden Yards here in the 8 o'clock hour. I have now not in the kids area, but we're up here on Flag Court, and I tried to find some of the food that Mark had. But if you look out over this beautiful field, we were down there. We were on the field past tents. So it's all good, though. We're up here now. It's going to be a great opening day as folks are already getting ready. Yes, it's cooler, even a couple little spittles of rain that we've been seeing here off and on, but that's about it. We're not going to really expect much in the way of showers for the afternoon, and temperatures will be cooler than they were yesterday. Not 87. We're talking about lower 60s, so bring a light jacket if you're heading out to the park. Are you ready for more trivia?
Ready.
Another question. He is full of knowledge today.
So much knowledge.
All right,
Share
bring
with
it.
us, Justin.
Okay. So, this is an easy one. What do the fans yell during the Star Spangled Banner, which of course was born right here in Baltimore? What do they yell that's different from other people and other places where they do it?
Do you know it?
Oh, yeah. Come on. Ready?
Oh.
Oh. Yeah.
Oh!
And you know what's awkward, Justin, is when I first moved here, I came here from North Carolina, people were like, oh, they yell out, because I'm like, what is going on? And they're like, oh, that's the thing the O's fans do. And then when you leave and you go to some other state and you're listening, you're like, where is it? You missed it. You're like, I thought, you're waiting for it.
It's perfect, honestly. It fits.
That's actually happened to me too, Tom. That actually happened to me too. I was some other place. I think it was a different sport, and they were doing the Star Spangled Banner. I just went, oh, and I'm like, oh, whoops.
I'm the only one doing this.
Doing Las Vegas.
You're that guy. Yes.
Whoops.
That's good.
So anyway, I am that guy. Yes. Yeah. Your weather forecast coming up in a few.
Sounds good. Thank you, Justin. Instead, we want to talk about, instead of being blue, why not grab a brew? It's National Beer Day. And coming up next, we're joined live here in studio. Monument City Brewing, the co-founder, is here and how they're celebrating the holiday.
And our coverage of today's home opener continues after the break. The new rules at Oriole Park that you need to know before you head to the heart of Birdland this afternoon. It's 8:43. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
8:46, and we are having a whole lot of fun. It's Orioles home opener, and it's also National Beer Day. What better way to cool off at the park than with a cold brew, and why not keep it local? Monument City Brewing is joining us right here in studio. Founder Ken Prey joining us now. Ken, thank you so much for coming in.
Yeah, thank you for having me.
I need to talk a little bit more about Monument City, though, because you and your brother came up with this idea while you were out on the trails, so you have a lot of hiking and trail themes, right?
We do, yeah. So we left kind of paying gigs to start a brewery. Really just fell in love with the industry. We're probably all familiar with Brewer's Art, and when I moved up here, that's a place I spent a lot of time at. And like most people in craft beer, started brewing at home. And then
it's a gamble, though. It's a big gamble. A lot of breweries went out, and then they started, and then they're no longer around. But kind of like the music industry, almost one-hit wonders. They had a good line, and then you have kept coming up with different flavors, different seasonal beers, and your solid beers, too, that have been able to stand the test of time, which is different.
That's right. So like 51 Rye, which is our flagship, the first beer we ever made, and then still 7 years later is our number one SKU. So. A lot of our success, and we have some fantastic local breweries, is really the community, and so most of our beer is sold in Baltimore and around the Beltway. So it's really
amazing.
Important. Yep.
Isn't that amazing? All right, so you have some new lines coming out here. You have your standards there at Monument City, and then you say you're the ones that you can always find there. But then you also come out with seasonal ones, and that's good because it keeps people coming back and kind of trying different flavors.
It does, and that's the nature of craft beer. People want to try things different, not always the same beer, but they do come back to kind of their flagships for sure.
What is the so you have your flagship rye, then you branch off from that. Show us a little bit different comparisons. Somebody that's like, I drink beer, I like this, but there's people that really enjoy beer get very particular about certain flavors, how much hops, which way it's actually processed. So what am I pouring here?
Sure. So we're going to start with, we're going to kind of pour two. We have our 51 Rye, which is our flagship here on, I'm pouring, and then you're pouring our Trail Magic, which is our newest release. It's our year-round hazy IPA.
That's it, and the can art too. I mean, that's another part of it.
It's beautiful, yeah. So one of our team members, Tracy, she designed this, both these cans. So designed here in Baltimore, and it's pretty cool.
National Beer Day. You doing anything for National Beer Day?
Like most people, we'll be enjoying opening day at some of our favorite places, like Pickles, and then always open to the public Thursday through Sunday at the brewery. So we'll have open mic tonight, and then
strong flavor.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness, that's
super
strong.
hop forward.
Hoppy.
Yep.
Yeah, so hop forward. All right, I'm learning it right now. Also in Monument City, you have a lot of things going on. Not only you're hiring people right now, but you also have comedy shows that are going on. You have also what's coming up at anniversary, right?
Yeah, next weekend is our anniversary Hootenanny Jam.
Hootenanny Jam.
So the 15th from 12 to 6, rain or shine. We're excited. Really, it's free for everyone to join.
Last question, your address, so everyone knows what.
One North Haven. So
One North Haven. Yeah, it's really easy to find. And of course, with the Prey brothers right here, they've been doing beer for quite some time right here in Baltimore because we always like keeping it local. In fact, let's go out to a bitter meteorologist because he didn't get the food and now he's not getting the beer. Justin, are you having a bad day now?
No, it's never a bad day when we're talking Orioles at Camden Yards, especially for opening day. But we are getting a few light showers. Can I get an umbrella over here, please? All right, cool. There we go. Check it out. O's umbrella. Boom. And we're outside, so it's... Oh, jeez. Hello. Your umbrella doesn't work. All right, there we go. Does that work? Are we live still? Did I break anything? Literally. Ever since I had that chain in the Yankees dugout, things have just gone weird. It's okay. The Yankees are going to lose tonight anyway, and basically the rest of the weekend because we're going to get the sweep. But we are here live at Oriole Park at Camden Yards. We're on the flag court, of course, up here where you can hang out. We've been talking about all the great food that's out there, of course, with Mark Clark. I think he took it all home, so I don't know what that's all about. Let's take a look at our forecast, and in fact, let's talk about some of those showers right there on your radar, and that's what we're looking at right now. Overall, just going to be a few passing showers, so we should be good to go for later today. Overall, not going to be talking about much in the way of rain, just cooler temperatures for sure. So that's what we're going to be looking at. In fact, we're seeing those numbers that are in the 50s right now. And overall, our temperatures are going to, warm up, but not too much. We keep the cloud cover around under mostly cloudy skies, and we are also seeing temperatures that will be a lot closer to average for this time of year. So not those mid to upper 80s that we saw yesterday. I know a lot of folks still bummed out that they couldn't do opening day yesterday when it was 87 degrees. It's in fact going to be in the lower 60s, but we're not going to have to deal with storms, and that's definitely good news. So your Rise and Shine cast, as you are shifting over to brunch and thinking about coming and getting that tailgate on here for your O's home opener. We know folks are already milling about in the streets outside the gates here. And on your O's cast, those numbers in the lower 60s for the first pitch at 3:05 for this afternoon. High temps, though, today, as I mentioned, they're going to be quite a bit cooler. Upper 50s and lower 60s for most of central Maryland as that colder air is in behind the cold front. But what's left behind the cold front? Well, it's all that cloud cover. That's exactly what we're seeing here right now. And those clouds are going to stick around through most of the afternoon. Again, most of the showers should stay to the south of us. Don't think we're going to see much in the way of actual precipitation here for game time, which is definitely good. Even better tomorrow, but cooler on Saturday, and then on Sunday we'll see a bright sunny day and hopefully another great win for the O's. Tomorrow night it's going to be a little chilly for the game at 57 for your afternoon high on Saturday as we look at your 7-day forecast. But then on Sunday we're back to the lower 60s for Easter Sunday. Kids opening day, it's an afternoon game, plenty of sunshine, Easter egg hunts all around, brunches, whatever you got going on this weekend. We should be good to go. Let's take a look at a view through your window. Mary sent this picture in of Rosie, the dog, so that looks very nice. Thank you very much for sending that picture in, and we'd love to see the view through your window. Just go to our website, foxbaltimore.com/chime in, or take a picture of that QR code on your screen. So I think Chris is zoomed in. What are you zoomed in on over there? Just kind of the whole thing and clouds and everything? Okay, cool. That's exactly what we're looking at. And if we zoom in a little bit closer, we can see the people from the other station. But we won't do that right now because I don't think contractually we're allowed to do that. But I did get some peanuts and Cracker Jacks, so I'm not all that upset, Tom. Even though I don't have beer, I've got a baseball, Cracker Jacks, peanuts. I'm ready for opening day. How about you?
So I couldn't hear. I was drinking something.
A little busy over here.
Whatever. Get out of here.
Rub the salt in the wound, right? Well, April showers bring May flowers, and FOX45 is here to help you begin spring gardening. In our next hour, we'll be joined by Bell Nursery and learn some spring gardening tips.
And again, it's opening day. We're so excited about it. And coming up, we'll talk with the man in charge, the head honcho, the top dog, general manager. It's coming up right here on Fox 45.
Now let's get you even more pumped for today's home opener.
Oh, you're talking about the coffee break. I was going for the Monument Trail Magic
National
Easy.
Beer Day.
It's National Beer Day, right? So cheers.
Cheers. Topping your morning business report, a new app says it wants to recreate the human experience. Empathy lets users share their mood with their audio and videos. The creators say it will give friends more context and highlight real emotions. Users can discover others who, quote, share the same human experiences and create new connections. The app's beta is expected to launch in November, and users will have to pay a one-time fee of $9.99. Well, some Starbucks customers are not too happy with the coffee chain's new olive oil-infused drinks. They took to social media to claim that the drinks are not sitting well with their stomachs. The new Oleato line, which includes the Oleato Ice Shaken Espresso and the Oleato Cafe Latte, launched in the U.S. in March. The drinks are infused with Partana, cold expressed extra virgin olive oil. A dead car battery can ruin your day, especially if you have to pay for roadside assistance. Nick Calderon has a convenient way to get you moving again in today's America's Steals and Deals.
The following segment is sponsored by Naki.
Not today, man. Dead car batteries. Every single time you're trying to get out of the house on time, be someplace, it happens. That click, click, click. Or you're on the side of the road on a gray, cold, dark day like today. It's never fun, but I have the answer for you. It's called the Jump Smart, and it can get you back on the road quickly. Watch this. Plug the two alligator clips in right here. Red clamp to red on the battery. Black to black. I get a beep and a green light, and now I can start my car back up. Just like that. I don't have to wait for roadside assistance or anybody else to come and help me out. I keep a Jump Smart in every family member's car. My daughters have one, my wife has one, and I know I have peace of mind, and so do they. It's also a 10-in-1 tool. It's got a compass, a thermometer, it's a flashlight and a strobe light, many other tools as well. And my favorite part, you can charge your cell phone with the two included USB ports on the back. If you lose power in a storm or something, just plug your phone in and you can stay connected with family and friends. Speaking of them, put one in every family member's car. 25% off right now at asadeals.com.
Another child falls victim to gun violence in Baltimore. I'm Olivia Danson. Coming up next, all the latest in the investigation, plus hear from concerned residents. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Baltimore's Archdiocese abuse victims are wondering what comes next after the bombshell report. We're digging deeper into the nearly 500-page document.
And we are live at Camden Yards opening day. Check it out. It looks like maybe putting the tarp. Are you guys putting the tarp on? You guys doing it? Yeah, we got a couple of light showers around. We're live here for Camden Yards opening day right here on Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Good Day Baltimore.
Good morning to you. Happy Good Friday and home opener. It's Friday, April 7th. I'm Taylor.
And I'm Shannon Lilly. Such an exciting day. We have so much going on right now.
I know, right? I know. Let's get right on over to Justin, who's been live at Camden Yards all morning. So a little bit of what we've heard today is that there's not going to be rain like yesterday. That's a good thing.
We are seeing just a few light showers right now. Just a couple of sprinkles is all we're getting, guys. This is basically behind that cold front that came through yesterday. And so it is a little chilly, a bit breezy as well. I have a light jacket on, and you'll need at least a light jacket if you're heading out later today. And temperatures that will be cooler for the afternoon under mostly cloudy skies. But again, most of this rain should be out of here. Again, just a few light showers is all we're seeing at this time. Apparently I was a little loud for the other station as I was right next to him. So I'm going to try to be nice, and we're hanging out here. Another hour or so left. We'll talk more about what we can expect for all the great opening day festivities. A big holiday right here in Baltimore. We know it and we love it with your Baltimore Orioles. Back with more in just a few.
All right, let's get over your traffic, the Lens Solar Traffic Network. We're looking at your drive times, and everything is in the green for now. Happening today, Baltimore County Executive Johnny Olszewski will announce his selection for the Baltimore County Police Chief. That is going to happen at 10:30 a.m. on the front steps of the Baltimore County Historic Courthouse in Towson. You can download the Fox 45 News app so you can know as soon as that announcement happens.
A Southeast Baltimore community is shaken as another child falls victim to gun violence, this time a 9-year-old girl. It happened along McElderry Street yesterday afternoon. 2 other people were hurt. One of them is in critical condition.
Olivia Dance joins us live from Baltimore City Police headquarters with the very latest. Olivia.
This shooting is still under investigation by the Baltimore Police Department, but some residents say they heard several gunshots before seeing a car go down the street. Fox 45 News spoke with neighbors who were disturbed that a child was injured during the shooting. Take a listen.
You know, I just hope he all right. God got his arms around him, you know, because I don't think if it was a he or she, you know, they ain't deserve that, you know. They kids growing up in a neighborhood like this.
It feels like sad because like little kids go and play, and like it just feels sad knowing that something like that could happen near anywhere.
That was Leonor Vargas and her daughter Gabriella. Leonor is unable to speak English but clearly understood how the shooting made her feel, her daughter translating for her while also processing the shooting herself. Baltimore police arrived to the scene on McElderly Street near East Avenue at around 3 in the afternoon yesterday. 3 people were shot, including that 9-year-old girl. A bullet pierced her ankle. Another victim is a 20-year-old woman with gunshot wounds to her upper body. She's in critical condition. The third victim, a 28-year-old man, shot in the leg with non-life-threatening injuries. Police, though, have only released details about those injured in the shooting. Of course, though, if you have any other information, you should contact police. For now, reporting in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore.
6 young people have been killed in Baltimore City this year. That is the same number of children killed in all of 2020.
17-year-old Deasia Garrison was the first teenager shot and killed this year. She died on New Year's Day. Now, weeks later, 16-year-old Deontay Dorsey was shot and killed at the Edmondson Village Shopping Center across the street from his high school during the school day. 4 other students were hurt in that shooting.
And then just last month, 16-year-old Isaiah Carter was shot and killed at a park right near his high school.
Several teenagers have been charged with murder this year. This week, Fox 45 News learned a 15-year-old is being charged as an adult in the shooting death of boxer Ernest Hall. A 16-year-old is being charged in the Edmondson Village shooting that killed Deontay Dorsey. He's facing first-degree murder charges. And Fox 45 News spoke with residents this week who say leaders need to make changes to stop the crime.
I think it just needs to be stricter gun laws, and I think that we as parents need to raise our kids better.
Now, we want to know what you think. Who shares the blame for the rise in crime and violence among young people? Lawmakers, parents, schools, or all of the above? So far, 73% of voters say all of the above. Head to foxbaltimore.com/vote to weigh in.
Next week, City State's Attorney Ivan Bates will mark his first 100 days in office. Fox 45's Mackenzie Frost will host a town hall with Bates to talk about the milestone on Thursday night, April 13th at 7. And we do invite you to join us at New Metropolitan Baptist Church. That's at 1501 McCullough Street, or watch the town hall live on foxbaltimore.com.
True accountability means let us read your names. Come on, let's not hide. Come on forward and come clean.
More than 150 Catholic clergy members are identified in a scathing report from the Attorney General's office. It's about sex abuse within the Archdiocese of Baltimore.
It's a sense of closure for some victims, but others are still looking for justice.
Many of the names in the report that remain redacted. Maryland Attorney General Anthony Brown says it may be too late for criminal justice, but there's still hope for accountability, at least in civil court.
Unfortunately, most of the abusers and those who concealed their wrongdoing are dead and no longer subject to prosecution. We never rule anything out, only because, as I just called or invited others with information to reach out to our office, it's hard to predict what information may come available to us.
Maryland's statute of limitations in civil cases, it could be on the way out. It currently prevents anyone over 38 from suing their abusers. That bill for its reversal is on its way to the governor's desk for approval.
Now, if you would like to read the Attorney General's report, you can do so at foxbaltimore.com. Growing fears of escalation between Israel and its enemies following airstrike exchanges overnight. The latest developments, the AP now confirming 2 women were killed and another seriously hurt following an alleged Palestinian shooting attack in the northern occupied West Bank. Now, this clash is coming as many religions around the world recognize their most holy days of the year. This is a live look over the Western Wall right now in Jerusalem as all of this is unfolding. Israel's defense forces are readying for more potential violent retaliations following an exchange of attacks on the Gaza Strip. Israel launched an airstrike in Lebanon, bombing Hamas targets, marking the most serious escalation between the nations since the 2006 Lebanon war. Israeli military says it attacked several targets, including a tunnel and weapons manufacturing sites. Now, Israel's airstrike was carried out hours after a barrage of rocket fire into Israel from Lebanon, forcing people into bomb shelters and wounding at least 2. Israel's military blaming that attack on the terrorist organization Hamas and says it believes it is in connection to this week's violence that broke out at the Al-Aqsa Mosque. And take a look at this all happening there on Tuesday. Israeli police and Palestinian worshippers clashing during a police raid of this compound. Israeli police arresting hundreds of worshippers. You can see them using stun grenades, some even beating worshippers, while others threw stones and firecrackers. And now a live look over our nation's capital this morning, where National Security Council spokesperson John Kirby is responding to the violence, saying the Biden administration is concerned and urging all sides to avoid further escalation. We're going to keep monitoring the situation, but for now, that's the latest from the Live Center.
All right, let's go back out to Camden Yards and check back in with meteorologist Justin Chambers. Let's see, Justin, how are you doing out there?
Having a good time out here, guys. It is opening day, but very special to us here at Fox 45. I'm going to let Chris pan up. This is what is right now on the video board. Look at our boy up there in loving memory of Traffic Jam Jimmy. Of course, he was here last year. You can see his big old orange beard. I was going to rock the orange beard in his honor, but it would take a long time for me to grow it. And I didn't want to have a fake one because only Jimmy can do it Jimmy's way. But that is just an awesome tribute from the Baltimore Orioles to put that up on the big scoreboard there. Our own Traffic Jam Jimmy, of course, who was here live last year. So, of course, he'll be missed. We're trying to hopefully have another great season. We know that the season was good last year and hopefully continuing that trend in Jimmy's honor this year. Are you all ready for some trivia back there in the studio?
Oh,
we are always ready. Always ready, Justin.
All right, here's your next question. Cal Ripken inducted into the Hall of Fame. What year was he inducted into the Hall of Fame?
In the 2000s.
Yeah, I was there last year.
2000s
and
is correct.
This is a question that we went over.
Okay.
2007.
Boom! 2007 is correct.
There
Good
we
job.
go,
You get a free beer.
Free beer. Yes.
Well,
I learned a lot
I don't get any
last
free
year.
beer, so I might as well give it to you. Right.
I'll take it.
We'll have more
take
for you
it.
coming up. We'll be live here all morning long, of course, all the way through the 10 o'clock hour. And I believe we're going to be talking to the general manager. So I'm going to be trying to find out, one, if I can throw out the first pitch, two, if we can get Hank the Bird Field named and see if that works out. We'll see what the GM says, but we'll do more of that and your forecast coming up in a few minutes.
Keep us posted, Justin. Keep us posted. Now to the Len Stoller Traffic Network. Looking at our Beltway map, there are no accidents to report, and there's very little volume on the road so far this morning, so you should be good to go if you're heading out. Mayor Scott calling a school funding requirement a gut punch. Still ahead, the unexpected and expensive cost to implement the Kerwin plan.
And we're following up on the massive crowds that were hitting the Inner Harbor just 2 nights ago. The security measures police are taking to minimize the chaos. You're watching Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore. The Republican-led House is taking a closer look at the prosecutor who helped put the case together against former President Donald Trump.
National correspondent Kayla Gaskins joins us live from Capitol Hill. And Kayla, lawmakers are starting to hand out subpoenas. Who do they want to hear from?
Well, House Republicans issued a subpoena for one of the prosecutors who led the criminal investigation into Trump at the Manhattan DA's office. House Judiciary Chairman Jim Jordan saying Mark Pomerantz's insights are relevant to their committee's investigation into Alvin Bragg because he was in a unique position to answer. He's in a unique position to answer these committee's questions because he ran this investigation on a day-to-day basis. Now, Pomerantz resigned from the DA's office last year and then published a book criticizing Alvin Bragg for initially not charging Trump. Bragg did call the House probe harassment and intimidation. Republicans maintain the entire case and the indictment are politically motivated. This is the first subpoena from Republicans related to the Trump case, but it is likely not the last.
Now, Kayla, the White House Security Council released a report on the 2021 withdrawal from Afghanistan. What is in it?
Well, this new report places most of the blame for the messy removal of troops on the Trump administration. The report says President Biden's choices when it came to executing the withdrawal were severely limited by the conditions created by the previous administration. The Biden White House took very little responsibility in the 12-page report. The world won't soon forget those images of people running and clinging onto the planes as they left the airport, or the bombing that killed 13 service members. President Trump did take to Truth Social, saying Biden is playing a, quote, disinformation game to distract from what Trump called the grossly incompetent surrender in Afghanistan. National Security Council spokesman John Kirby said clearly they did not get it right, but this document is not about accountability, but rather about understanding what happened.
All right, national correspondent Kayla Gaskins live from Capitol Hill. Kayla, thank you.
All right, let's get a check with your weather. Meteorologist Justin Chambers is out at Camden Yards for us. Are you back closer to the field a little bit?
He is, it looks like.
Not on it, though.
They let you back in, Justin.
I mean, well, yeah. I mean, this is where I've been hanging out for the last, 45 minutes or so up here in the flag court. Anybody can come up here and stand here and watch the game and enjoy a beverage and some great food and looking out as they are getting the field set. Now, they did not put the tarp on it like I thought they were going to. Notice the bases aren't there either, not yet. But those bases, when they do get put there, are going to be bigger bases this year. And also, we've got the pitch clock. We've got the defensive shift that's illegal now. So all sorts of new things that are taking place, and this will be the first game. But obviously, it's so great to see the groundskeepers out there. One of the reasons that they're like, yeah, you can't be down here anymore, dude. They got to do their thing. And they're making that field just awesome for opening day. Let's take a look at your forecast right now. We are getting a couple of light sprinkles, and we've kind of had some off and on sprinkles here through the morning as we take a look at our weather graphics here, showing you on your HD radar where a few of those showers could be tracking in here with the next, I'd say, 20 or 30 minutes. So don't be surprised if you step outside and get just a little bit of spittle on you there. But overall, looking pretty good as we head later into the day today. And our temperatures are also chilly, so you'll definitely need a jacket before you step out. Earlier this morning, we didn't really need that jacket because I was running around, probably, all jacked up on coffee and donuts. But overall, our numbers in the 50s this hour, and we're going to stay mostly cloudy here throughout the afternoon. And again, a straight pop-up, sprinkle here and there. Yeah, can't rule that out. Again, mainly for the morning time. It's looking drier for the afternoon. However, it will be cooler, but actually close to average. I mean, early April, we're in the lower 60s typically, not the upper 80s like we were yesterday. So I know a lot of folks bummed out it's not going to be 87. Look, there's going to be plenty of hot and warm days out here at Camden Yards, but opening day just a little bit on the cooler side. So first pitch, 3:05. We're looking at temperatures into the lower 60s, and we're going to stay in the lower 60s through the afternoon. Upper 50s, lower 60s. If the clouds hang around as much as they are right now, probably won't even get to those lower 60s. So just kind of plan for that. A light jacket, a light O's pullover if you're going to be out and about. They're giving away the magnets today, so you can have the schedule and slap that on your fridge and know exactly when all those great O's games are. High temps, upper 50s and lower 60s. On our future scan, that cold front that moved through the area, bringing us those colder temperatures. So this is what we call in the wake of the cold front, where some of those showers kind of are popping up. And that's exactly what we're seeing right now. But those clouds are kind of to linger, not only for today, but into Saturday as well. And Saturday, we're only going to get to the upper 50s, so definitely some cooler temperatures by the time we start the weekend. Good news is a lot of sunshine on the way for Easter weekend. In fact, you can see in that 7-day forecast, those numbers are looking good. Lower 60s. It'll wake up chilly on Sunday morning, but for kids, opening day should be a great afternoon. We're talking about the bobblehead from the bird and lower 60s, and then warmer numbers. That series next week, Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday, looks great out here at Camden Yards. So back out here live again, getting things set. It's kind of almost the quiet before the storm, or the calm before the storm, as all of those gates going to open, and we're going to get fans in here within the next couple of hours, and it should be a lot of fun. They always say, you know, sells out on the first day and opening day, and that's what we're already seeing here today. Now, coming up in a few minutes, I believe we're going to be talking to the general manager, if they let me near him, because remember, I got kicked off the field, and now we're up here. So we'll see if I can kind of work that in and just see what he has to say, as well as much more from Mark Clark and the rest of us out here live for opening day. Back to you.
Of course, our team coverage continues. Whether you're on the fly deck in the nosebleeds or watching from home, or if you're at the Bruce Springsteen concert tonight, share it with us. Go ahead, scan that QR code and upload your pictures to foxbaltimore.com/chime-in. It's all powered by Stackla. All right, a look at your traffic now. A live look from the Len Stoller mobile track. Our photographer, Graham, well, was heading up West Pratt Street, but it's pretty quiet out there. He's outside of Camden Yards. Of course, that traffic will pick up later this afternoon. A crucial vote in Tennessee State House leads to protests and 2 lawmakers expelled. Why President Biden is calling this vote undemocratic. And spring, it's sprung, and it's time to plant the idea of gardening. After the break, Fox 45 News is joining Bell Nursery to learn about some gift options for Easter and Mother's Day. You're watching Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore.
Fox 45 News, winner of 17 2022 Regional Emmy Awards, more than all other Baltimore news stations combined.
Well, spring has sprung, and that means we're thinking all things floral, blooming, alive. I'm here with Carol Jacobs with Bell Nursery. So, first of all, it looks absolutely beautiful out here.
Thank you so much. I wish it was a little bit warmer for us this morning, but you know what? It's spring has sprung, and we have everything for your early spring needs at the Home Depot. So we have brought so many beautiful things. So I just want to make sure, ask me questions and I'll
so
help
walk
you
us
out.
through here and tell us what is the best thing to plant right now. We know even right now it feels a little cold out. It's drizzly. So what do people need to know if they're trying to plant a garden right now in the spring months?
Well, actually right now is the best time. It's a nice cool day. You want to plant things right now that are going to last. These are perennials. Perennials are things that come back year after year. So you want to dig a hole a little bit bigger than your pot and a little bit deeper. Get these in. You want to water them, mulch them so they're warm and they retain their moisture. But we have so many beautiful choices here. We have these beautiful yellow Dutch bearded irises, knockout roses. This is a peony, one of my favorites. Absolutely fabulous. We also have some things that you might not want to plant right now, like all this over here. The ground cover is perfect. These are spring bloomers, so you get these in the ground. We also have these little raspberries, and we have blueberries. Great time of year to plant these. Full sun, and they will bloom later in the summer and give you a nice crop of fruit. You want to do more than one. I didn't want to bring too many right now.
That just sounds delicious right now too, doesn't it? You know, so with all of these, do you have to bring them inside, or are they okay to be outside
Everything over here is okay outside. If you want to take a look at some of these are annuals. These are the things that you're going to plant every season just for color. Okay, so the pansies are absolutely fine outside. Some of these other beautiful begonias, these are two different types of begonias. This is a Rex begonia. You're going to want to maybe just bring them in your garage or your shed or inside the house if it gets a little bit below 45 degrees.
Okay. All right, so lots of options then.
So many options.
And just stunning. So what is your favorite?
My favorite, we're going to have to go over to this side. Peony and then that yellow iris. Those are my two favorites.
I have to ask because my last name's Lily. Do you have any lilies?
We have some canna lilies in stores right now, and of course some Easter lilies we have in stores. And we will have several different types of lilies going through the summer. So we'll have one for every season for you.
Perfect. And on that topic, you know, we have Easter coming up, Mother's Day. What do you recommend as far as gifts?
I recommend anything on this table or on the ground as a gift. A living gift is such a nice thing. Of course, we always have orchids, and they are a wonderful, elegant gift. Passover is still happening. We have Easter coming up and Mother's Day. Nothing is prettier than this.
Seriously.
Right?
Yeah, you're not wrong there.
And these come in a multitude of colors, so you can't go wrong with decor.
And what is your favorite, your personal favorite? Oh, you like these ones, right?
I do. Yeah. I love the peonies and the irises, but really, I mean, I'm in the plant business. I love them all.
You love them all. That's a great answer. Well, thank you so much, Carol. I've learned a lot today, and I know our viewers have too. We'll send it back to you guys now.
Okay. Again, it's opening day, and they're getting the field ready. And coming up, we'll talk with the head honcho, the top dog, the booger with the sugar, Executive Vice President, General Manager Mike Elias joins us next. They're getting it ready on Fox 45.
An unexpected increase in the funding requirement for city schools. I'm Olivia Danson. Coming up next, find out how Mayor Scott is
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Good Day Baltimore.
Good morning.
Good morning. Yes, we're excited. It's opening day. I've actually used my Orioles six-pack holder. Yeah. So Monument City came in and left some of their cold brews. So Justin would be upset if I didn't, and Mark, if I didn't save some for them. So
of course.
Look, see, my merch came in handy.
Yep, take it out to the field. Why not?
There you go.
Right on over to Justin.
In fact, Justin, hey, I saved some beers for you, and not everyone got them, so I've got them right here in my Orioles giveaway that was Father's Day a couple years ago.
And so you have your Merce, you've got beer, and you've got flowers back at the station. So I'm coming back to the station instead of leaving here when I'm done with the show because I want all of those things. I got the baseball, I got my chain somewhere, I got the bobblehead. We're having a good time here at opening day at OPACY, Oriole Park at Camden Yards. I didn't even know what that was a couple years ago. I was like, what's OPACY? How come these emails come out with that? But I get it now. Of course, Camden Yards, what we all love to call it. And the gates open in just a little while. Now, it's a little cloudy. We had a couple of light sprinkles here and there. This is all just behind that cold front that rolled through yesterday. And temps are going to be chilly today in the upper 50s and lower 60s. So light jacket should be good to go if you're going to be heading out to the ballpark. But look at that gorgeous field. They are getting it ready. Yankees are in town. Hopefully the hex that I put on the Yankees dugout works and we get a nice sweep. And if that happens, we'll have to see if the GM can maybe, thank me for that. I don't know. He's standing right over there. Anyway, we'll take a closer look at what we can expect with your full forecast coming up and more trivia in just a few minutes from right now.
More trivia. Sounds great.
We're on.
Thank you, Justin. Fox 45 is getting you ready for all things Orioles this home opener against the Yankees, and there's a lot to look forward to this season, like the team rebuilding itself over the past few years.
Be More Lifestyle host Mark Clark joins us from Camden Yards with what fans can expect this year with the team having the #1 farm system in baseball and what fans have to look forward to tonight.
That's right. I got the big guy. The big guy's here. Mike Elias, the general manager, VP. So, man, you've built the #1 farm team. We got this great team. Tell us about, how do you feel opening day?
This is a big one for us. We've been loading this organization up with talent for the last few years. I think last year was a huge step forward for the team. We had a winning season, and now we're coming into this year with some expectations of trying to fight for a playoff spot. We got all these young players that have been together, been a part of the organization for a while. They've got great years ahead of them here with the Orioles. We got the top farm system in baseball underneath these guys. We're ready to go. I think we got a real exciting era of Orioles baseball. So for me, I think it's kicking off today in a symbolic way, and everybody's excited about opening day, but this one in particular.
And the beauty of the farm team is, like you say, it's a great feeder system, but it takes years to do that, right? I think there was years of frustration and trying to get it right, but it takes some time to get there.
Yeah,
and we're here.
It wasn't in great shape when I got here. When we got here, we put some work into it, and we want to keep it that way. We want to keep it healthy. There's no reason to have it take years again. We just want to keep the pipeline flowing, have good drafts. Develop our players well, and try to keep them around.
Mike, we're going to keep you. We don't get a good chance to talk to the big dogs. So come on, Justin, get in here. What do we got?
I just want to know, if I want to throw out the first pitch, how do I go about doing that? I mean, we got 82 chances, not today because the governor, but if I got 81 other chances, how do I go about doing that?
I'm going to need to see how it looks first before we.
I can show you right now if you want. I mean, if you want me to throw, I don't want to ruin
We don't want you to embarrass yourself, so we'll do some scouting over here on the side when the interview's over.
And our governor's pretty fit. Now, Mike, there's no truth to the rumors that you're going to sign the governor today. Is our starting pitcher.
So he came down to Sarasota. It was a great visit. I expected him to throw out the first pitch and that's it. He shows up. He immediately puts on a uniform, goes out and takes batting practice from both sides of the plate in front of our entire team. That took some guts, but also, I mean, he got into a few balls. Yeah.
Our governor can beat your governor. Our governor can beat. So it's all going down. Thanks again, man, for spending some time with us. Opening day, Justin. We've been out here all morning long, and going to be here all night long.
That's a party down there. Yes.
Yeah. All right, meanwhile, Baltimore City Mayor Brandon Scott unveils a $3.5 billion budget proposal for the 2024 year. It includes an unexpected mandatory increase in education, which is proving to be a stumbling block. The city will operate with a $2.2 billion general fund. That's an increase of more than 3% from last year. No money will be taken out of that rainy day fund, but the city is only contributing $2 million to this year's proposed normal $4 million. The Department of Public Works also getting some funding for 37 new positions to create 10 solid waste crews. It's part of the effort to help the city get back to weekly recycling.
9:34, and now Olivia Dance is joining us downtown with a look at the money the city is giving to the Kerwin Education Plan. Olivia.
The blueprint for Maryland's future, or Kerwin, is coming at an unexpectedly expensive cost for Baltimore, as 11% of the city's operating budget will be used on education.
We are going to meet this requirement because it's the right thing to do and the only way that we're going to grow into being the best Baltimore, and that's investing in our school system.
As you just heard Mayor Scott saying the city will meet the mandate, but also recognize the additional funding is a gut punch. The blueprint, or Kerwin, is a 10-year education plan that calls to pour billions of dollars into classrooms across the state. City leaders say they were expecting an additional $12 million or so to go towards funding the schools, but the funding formula actually called for an additional $79 million. Mayor Scott is planning to pull the money from the city's surplus last year, but he says tapping into the reserve isn't sustainable long term. He's looking to Annapolis for funding formula changes.
What we've been discussing with them and what we've heard is a open and willingness to look at how we can look at the formula. It's not what the governor or anyone expected us to be having at this point.
And Baltimore City residents will have the chance to weigh in on the budget proposal on April 26th, and the final budget must be approved by June 26th. For now, reporting in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore.
The Inner Harbor calm this morning, but it follows an outburst of people just 2 nights ago. On the right is a live look there now, and on the left is the scene from when hundreds of young people swarmed the streets. Witnesses say they saw fights break out, and police actually had to use a helicopter to try to get things under control. Baltimore County PD stepped in.
Now, because of that chaos that broke out at the Inner Harbor, though, the city set up some barricades to try and keep the crowds a little bit spaced out.
Residents we spoke with say they're stunned. They're calling on city and state leaders for a solution to make sure this does not happen again.
Fox 45 News pressed the mayor about the summer crime plan just yesterday. He wouldn't go into detail, but he says disturbances like the one in the Inner Harbor will not be tolerated.
We are going to be there to make sure that we do not have those kind of things continue. They're going to be fighting. If they're going to be doing those things, they will be held accountable.
All I just pray is that Mayor Scott and also Governor Moore can have a plan to be very, very proactive to overcome something like this.
Live at Camden Yards, the food Superbook bar. You can bet, you can eat, and of course, Boog's Barbecue. Whenever I come, my wife's like, we gotta go to Boog's, and that's what I want. But you got any beef yet? Ain't no beef yet. Sorry. We're back live in just a few minutes. Come on, give me the beef.
A crucial vote in Tennessee's State House leads to protest and 2 lawmakers expelled. Why President Biden calls the vote undemocratic. You're watching Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore.
9:40, and we want to take you right now. Happening now, this is the Oakview Group, the owners and operators of CFG Bank Arena. They're holding a grand opening with a weekend full of activities, beginning with the ceremonial ribbon cutting. They're just stepping up to the podium right now. You see the mayor over there on the right, and on the left, you see Governor Wes Moore sitting among some of those dignitaries here, too, for the Bank Arena. Following this event, the opening show, 73-year-old The Boss, Bruce Springsteen, and the E Street Band will be performing later this evening, the first act to go, following this legendary Eagles performance Saturday, April 8th. So the ribbon cutting event is invitation only, not open to the public. We have a camera there, and we'll continue to monitor this for you.
Welcome back, CFG.
Yeah, now 9:40, and this morning reaction to a precedent-setting vote that ousted 2 Tennessee Democratic lawmakers from their offices.
Shannon Lilly is live with that reaction and what comes next. Shannon.
Guys, a live look over Nashville this morning as demonstrators return to the State House here on Thursday to loudly protest the vote and call for stricter gun control measures. After hours of fiery debate, 2 of these 3 lawmakers right here were ousted, accused of violating decorum rules when they joined thousands of demonstrators who stormed the State House last week. Now, the Republican supermajority voted to expel Representative Justin Jones of Nashville and Representative Justin Pearson of Memphis. However, they failed by 1 vote to kick out Representative Gloria Johnson of Knoxville from the chamber. Expulsions of Jones and Pearson were effective immediately, meaning there are now 2 vacancies. The lawmakers are now dubbed the Tennessee Three, and they're responding after yesterday's events. Listen.
Rather than pass laws that will address red flags and banning assault weapons and universal background checks, they passed resolutions to expel their colleagues.
To get to the issues that are at stake. And sometimes that takes breaking a few decorum rules.
It is my promise to fight like hell to get both of them back.
President Biden also responding to yesterday's expulsion. In this tweet here, he says 3 kids and 3 officials gunned down in yet another mass shooting. And what are GOP officials focused on? Punishing lawmakers who joined thousands of peaceful protesters calling for action. It's shocking, undemocratic, and without precedent. As for what comes next, filling the vacancies now falls to county legislative bodies. And in Jones's case, Nashville's Metro Council. The council meeting to hold an appointment vote is scheduled for Monday at 4:30 p.m. Central Time. That's the latest from the Live Center. Tom.
Thank you, Shannon. Now, baseball is changing, and it's changing fast. The new rule changes you'll see when you head down to the 2023 home opener and how it's impacting the game already.
This is the original foul pole from Memorial Stadium from 1954. That is a hint for our final trivia question of the morning, live from Camden Yards for opening day. Fox 45, Good Day Baltimore rolls on after the break.
think this is the most exciting home opener for Orioles fans in a long, long time. I like arguably going back to the Cal Ripken days.
The Orioles are ready to take on today's home opener after the postponement. It will be a busy day in and around Camden Yards. Budweiser Clydesdales will parade from Lee Street to Utah Street. That begins at 11:30. Any fans in attendance, they get a free little gift. It's an Orioles schedule magnet. And then Governor Wes Moore is expected to throw the ceremonial first pitch. And then the game begins at 3:05. Leaving the game, expect more traffic as Bruce Springsteen concert at CFG Bank Arena is scheduled for tonight.
Now, if you're heading to Oriole Park, you can once again bring larger bags, but there are some restrictions. The bag must be clear and no larger than 12 by 6 or 12 inches. And then other bags that are permitted, 1-gallon plastic freezer bags, fanny packs, clutch purses, no bigger than 5 by 7 inches, and medically necessary items. That includes like diaper bags, non-clear bags, as well as backpacks, large purses, large tote bags, not permitted. And we're just hours from the first pitch.
Yeah, that's right. Shannon Lilly is joining us with reaction already coming in from the fans. Shannon.
Yeah, it's been so much fun to see everyone's reaction coming in, Tom. The Orioles playing their first game in Camden Yards for the 2023 season. Like you guys said, first pitch is at 3:05, and Governor Wes Moore is going to be the one throwing it. So let's take a look at how some of you are responding. Sean says, Happy Orange Friday. We're all in our orange. I really like this one here. Eric, I guess we can wait one more day. So he posted this yesterday, but look at that dog with the cute little Orioles hat on. He is in the spirit. Bo says the Orioles getting ripped for postponing opening day 24 hours in advance. But in fairness, my kids' schools did that for a snow day that turned out to be all rain. Personally, I am fine holding off for better weather Friday, and my kids still waiting for that snow. You know, we'll take a Friday. We'll take a nice weather day, you know, a little drizzly out there right now, but definitely better than what yesterday could have been. I love this. Our Sizzle responding to Justin, Tom, and I. And he says home opener Orioles now on Friday, now on National Beer Day. So just another reason to have the home opener today. It's National Beer Day. Could it get any better? We have this one. Let's see. John saying tomorrow, for the first time since 2012, I get to go to Orioles opening day with my dad, and I couldn't be any more excited. Camden Yards better keep the Coors Lights stocked, because Bob Bean is going to be on a mission to delete some brews. And on National Beer Day, I mean, that's his prerogative, right, Tom?
That's exactly it. It makes sense. Thank you, Shannon. First pitch now just a little bit more than 5 hours away. So we want to send it back out to Camden Yards to our meteorologist, Justin Chambers, who has been all over Camden Yards this morning, showing us exactly what's coming up here, chatting with the GM, trying to get a first pitch in, getting mocked by him, not getting the food, not getting the beer, but you got the toys.
I got some toys, Tom. And you know what happens when you drink coffee and then a donut and then you run around and then 5 hours later you're here. So anyway, but it's all good. I'm not crashing. I'm still here. I'm still here, baby. And we got the O's, and we're ready for the O's home opener. I got my home run chain, and this is actually for the kids coming up on the kids opening day, which is on Sunday. And the Sunday weather is looking fantastic here. But the kids get a bobblehead with the Nickelodeon slime on the Orioles bird. We already talked to the Oriole bird. By the way, the Oriole bird, ever since I started talking to him about Hank the bird, he flew away. So I'm like, I don't know what's going on with that. Anyway, let's take a look at our forecast right now. We've had just a couple of light sprinkles out here this morning. This is all just kind of left over from that moisture that came through on the backside of that cold front. But overall, that rain is moving out toward the eastern shore right now. And again, this is about it. It's just going to be mostly cloudy as we head into the day. There's that live shot. We're somewhere in there. You can see it from the top of the Transamerica building, and looking pretty good right now. Overall, again, mostly cloudy skies with those temperatures that are hanging out in the 50s for a lot of us as you step outside here in the next few hours. Those temperatures warming up, but not much. We're going to keep the cloud cover around. And with that being said, we got the mostly cloudy conditions here. Even though our temps are about 25 degrees colder than yesterday, we're not dealing with the storm. So those temperatures are a lot closer to average for this time of year. So if you're getting ready for brunch, you're getting ready to tailgate, we're getting ready to head down to Pickles and all the fun activities you got going on next few hours, getting those bloodies and mimosas going. We're talking about 50s here over the next few hours, and sun's up till 7:36. It's going to be chilly. There's no doubt about that. So grab a jacket as you're heading out to the O's cast. I love that I got to do that from Camden Yards all morning long. This is the first year I get to do the show live out here. Probably the last year, too, so that's all right. 50s here and lower 60s into the afternoon. I know they're wrapping me up the back, but we got a couple more graphics to get through, guys. So our future scan looks like this. We will keep those showers well to the south of us as we get later into the afternoon and evening time. Again, more of that sun is going to be around, but not till Sunday. So we still keep clouds around for tomorrow's game against the Yankees. It's tomorrow night, so definitely want to bundle up for that one. And then Sunday afternoon looks great for the kids' home opener, and temperatures for Easter into the lower 60s with a lot more sunshine. Even warmer numbers toward next week. So that is going to be real nice as we have that second home series right here at Camden Yards. So back here live. Are you guys ready for the final trivia question?
Yes, 100%. Go for it.
Memorial Stadium. What street was it on in Baltimore?
33rd. I phoned a friend. I looked to the side. I did cheat. Tom was flashing the number, but that is my answer.
There you go, 33rd. Yeah, not there anymore, but that foul pole that I showed you, it's right here. You can see it anytime you come up here and hang out on the flag court. And we're excited for opening day. And go O's.
Go O's. Thanks so much, Justin.
Go O's. All right, well, it is Friday, and you know what that means. I'm joined this morning with SBCA's Katie Fleury. And Katie, you brought in such a sweet little 7-month-old puppy right here. What is her name again?
Her name is Spency, but I actually think I need to rename her Thumper because this little tail down here does not stop moving.
She is very cute. She came right over. You said she's high energy.
She is.
But she's been very sweet. Yes. And it's just, well, I did just finish lunch, so I think she's finding out some of the things smelling. But yeah, she's very cute. She looks like she has almost boxer in her here.
Yeah, we think she's a boxer terrier. Unfortunately, she came into us as a stray, so we don't know a lot about her background, and you can see she's very small. She needs to gain some weight, so she's looking for a home that can help her put on some pounds.
And at the SPCA, you will let them know exactly kind of how much food they need to have, and not too much, because that seems to be what a lot of people do is we feed our pets too much. So this dog will need a little extra pet food here, just in the beginning, but very friendly.
Yes, she is very, very friendly, very inquisitive. In fact, the whole time we've been here, she just wants to check everything out, meet everybody, and say hello.
And we can pick her up today. Where can we find you at the SPCA?
You can come to the SPCA at 3300 Falls Road or check our website out, mdspca.org.
Oh, thank you so much for bringing us in. And thank you very much for bringing in Spency. Spency. What a great dog. There you go. Showers are gone and baseball is back in Baltimore. Meteorologist Justin Chambers, we don't get enough of him all morning long, so we want to go back out to him here in just a little bit. He's going to have what we can expect to the temperature, the first pitch, and what to expect for your Easter Sunday in his 10-day forecast. Well, he's hanging out down there at Camden Yards. We got to find out exactly what your 10 days looking like. Not only today, Justin, but also Easter and then all next week.
Yeah, temps are in the lower 60s today, upper 50s, lower 60s, mostly cloudy. A little cooler on Saturday, and then temperatures will be warmer on Sunday. And then a real nice warm-up next week for that second home series right here at Camden Yards. We're looking at numbers that we rise into the mid to upper 70s, even some lower 80s on the way, and plenty of sunshine. So once we get these clouds out of here after the next couple of days, we've got some sunny skies ahead.